Dun, dun, dun. That was the first meme. That is all I remember. This was the first meme. Okay, we're live. We're live. Anyways, this is another live stream tonight. I meant to do these last night, but let me go and get these notes up here. If you've never seen the anime Blood Blockade, it's pretty awesome. The second episode, I don't want to totally ruin it, but it has this kind of chess game. It's like one of, I don't know, it's just really fascinating. And it's like this chess game where as you're playing, it becomes more complex, and then you kind of invent new pieces, and I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. I highly recommend this anime. One of my favorites. I have a lot of favorites, and there's a lot of animes where I'm like, meh, it's, you know. But this is one that would probably appeal to people who even don't like anime, which is really a measure of success. If it's like Ghost in the Shell or something like that, and it appeals to people who don't even normally like anime, magical. Apparently, there is also a show on Netflix. One second. Apparently, there's also a show on Netflix where I don't know. It feels like an anime. It's like Alice in. Oh yeah, that's right. Alice in Borderland. Somebody was calling it like the greatest science fiction thing on Netflix right now. I've watched like one episode or two episodes, and it is pretty good. I was trying to watch it in Japanese. It's still really hard. I can read almost. I'm like kind of literate, semi-literate, which is really weird. Like Japanese has been really hard to learn because like if you like with other languages, I can sort of just like read stuff automatically, like because I understand Latin and enough of French, and that kind of made it easy to pick up Spanish. I can read Spanish. I can't speak Spanish really. I can kind of understand it. I'm actually able to comprehend French now, pretty much. I watched an episode of Lupin. French Lupin. Lupin the Second. Or is it Lupin the Third? Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I also highly recommend that show. It's really good. I've only watched one episode maybe, but it was a really good episode. I plan on watching those. Anyway, so this chess game is pretty cool because like it's kind of a metaphor for like games that people play in real reality these days, where it's like you know, like you're kind of like fashioning your own pieces and stuff, or making your own pieces, and you might find yourself cornered, but if you use your intellect in real life, you can usually figure out a way to make a piece, and you have to use the strengths that you have, and don't find yourself, you know, walled in or whatever. Chess itself is kind of a metaphor for life, if you think about it. And you shouldn't be overly strategic about life in general, but I don't know. You also probably shouldn't not be strategic about life. Anyway, so this is what the board looks like in the beginning, and this is how the board may evolve, essentially. I love that effect. Yeah, let me go ahead and write the markdown for this. Alright. It's kind of my outline. I'll just kind of briefly go through it real quick, so in case somebody doesn't want to watch the whole video, they might just want to read it. You can kind of frustratingly just like pause and read and 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 pause and read. go through it one more time. A little bit more quickly. Alright, so the idea of the social media speaker on. Alright, the first thing that I want to cover though is One Night in Miami, because like there's a lot of coverage of social justice and stuff like that, and I mean I definitely resonate with social justice or whatever. Like I feel like we need social equity or racial equity or ethnic equity, but I kind of lean more towards equality of opportunity than equality of outcome. Like if you force equality of outcome, the social engineering and other ways that you kind of go about that can actually possibly lead to a snapback. However, I mean, anyway, so there's a lot of focus on it, but we need to focus on things that lead us towards. And One Night in Miami is a fascinating 2-hour-long movie about One Night in Miami when Malcolm X and Jim Brown, Sam Cooke, and Muhammad Ali met up and just chilled. And you don't really see. It's hard for people to understand what it's like to be a celebrity or to be somebody who's like, you know, I don't want to say really important, but somebody who is like well known and has notoriety and stuff like that. But this is a night where they just hang out at a hotel in Miami, and they just talk about things pretty much. I don't want to completely ruin. I don't know if that would ruin it. It doesn't ruin it, but I mean, you don't know what they're gonna do One Night in Miami, and what's it gonna be like. And but I would say that this like for like Hamilton was another. You know, I'm like really conservative or whatever, but Hamilton was like a boon for racial progress or ethnic progress in America, or cultural progress in America, because you know it kind of sucks that like all of our founding fathers are, you know, white men, white slave owning men. So that kind of like, you know, what does it matter how they're depicted, and if you know the white men who are our founding fathers are always depicted as being white men, then you know it's not very easy for everyone to look up to that, or it's not very accessible. It doesn't really resonate with everyone. So Hamilton was really good for that. And I feel like this movie has a lot of potential to heal us as a culture, which is something that we desperately need right now. There's a lot of talk about healing and unity, and but a lot of it is politicized. And yeah, it is what it is. My good friend Varney from Varney & Co. on Fox Business, when the economy was about to collapse for coronavirus, and I was pissed about the politicization of that, he said, that shit's going to be politicized. You can't help it. It will be politicized. So you have to acknowledge that. And so I was like, okay. But anyway, that's enough about that. It is what it is. Barney & Co. or whatever, Fox News. A lot of people don't like that, but I really like this movie. I like thinking about historical figures. I didn't really know who Sam Cooke and Jim Brown were. I knew Muhammad Ali, but I had kind of forgotten that his name was Cassius Clay at one point. That kind of dawned on me when in the movie. And I know a lot about Malcolm X, or a little bit about Malcolm X. And there was another anime. It is Psychopaths. Japanese homophones. Psychopaths. And there's a movie that has not been released in America, which is frustrating, but this one might have actually been released in America. I can't remember. There's 3 movies that haven't been released in America, and there's a reason. but then it makes watching the next movie very confusing, or the next season very confusing. Oh, whoops, this is in Italian. La pellicola tratta dalla serie Psychopaths, della quale rappresenta lato conclusivo. Oh, whoops, still Italian. Here we go. Oh. Anyway, the movie portrays one character. Let me see if I can just get straight to the point here. It portrays a character who's an enemy who is inspired by Franz Fanon. Like Psychopaths is like incredibly Franz Fanon. Psychopaths is incredibly couched in all kinds of psychology and sociology and philosophy and futurism, and it's amazing for that. But this character is inspired by the works of Franz Fanon. There's no spoilers there. And so that's how I sort of learned about Franz Fanon, or Franz Fanon. And this guy grew up in, let me convert to English here. This guy grew up in Argentina? No, not Argentina. Shit. Algeria, I think? Yeah. Yeah, he lived in Algeria. He's a psychiatrist, or he was a psychiatrist, and his works made their way to someone else, and then someone else, or well, okay, let's get to the point here. Oops. Yeah, Fanon's philosophy on decolonialization had a huge influence on Malcolm X, and there's, I mean, I'm very critical of the social justice movement in America because I'm not really sure whether I've been targeted, and there's a lot of things like that which I'm not really sure about. I don't know, but I want progress, and I want true progress, and I think and I'm motivated by let's see here, get on YouTube real quick. Anyway, I'm already in a tangent. I conceptualize with tangents as like stack frames. So I'm like 7 stack frames deep in tangents. So I gotta work my way up the call chain, the call stack. Alright, let's find Thomas Sewell, that's right. So my approach to resolving some of these racial inequities in America is more inspired by conservatism. And so Thomas Sewell is an African American who's an economist, and apparently he was a high school dropout at 16. But he also kind of espouses a more conservative approach to change in America. And a lot of people would disagree with his ideas, maybe. I'm not sure that they would. I'm not sure that his message has really been heard by a lot of the people who I think would need to hear it. He speaks a lot about magnet schools and how a lot of the stats on magnet schools are kind of distorted, and how a lot of the successes of magnet schools are covered up. And he really pushes, one of his more modern things that he's been pushing is like he's trying to defend magnet schools in urban areas and making these opportunities available to kids in inner cities. And I definitely agree with that all the way. I don't think that there is one single approach to education that works for everyone. So I really like that take on magnet schools. And he has a lot of other good ideas. But I think that true progress in this area is going to be like achieved through economic liberalization or economic freedom. So if you want to truly have racial equity and ethnic equity in America, you need to figure out how to allow people who have been disenfranchised to become economically independent. So, and another person who speaks on this is Killer Mike. And there was this video with him and Candace Owens, and I'm a fan of Candace Owens, and a lot of what they were saying was taken out of context. So a lot of people heard about this, but most of those people that heard about it did not watch the whole thing. I watched this whole fucking thing, the whole thing, and because I wanted to, and you know, I can't speak, you know, authoritatively on these issues because I don't really know what it's like to be black in America or to be of another ethnicity in America. But I do want America to be a unified, diverse place, and I truly believe that we're going to be better off that way. And I truly believe that diversity is a strength. That said, I'm not willing to compromise on, you know, my economic conservative ideas. Because I think that is the best way to get to where social justice warriors want to go. I think it's the most fair way. I think it's the best way. I think it's great when companies make diversity hires or try to hire people of other ethnicities, because we need people on top. We need like a, you know, multicolored patchwork, a diverse patchwork of people in the upper echelons of society, in the upper tiers of the social hierarchy, to give, you know, to lend a helping hand to other people who need help. And it, you know, it's not fair that America is where it is. It's not fair that our history is the way it is. It's not going to be fair. It's not going to change. Our history is not going to change. Our history is our history, and we have to live with it. Yeah. Anyway, so the most interesting exchanges in here were between Candace Owens and Killer Mike, and I really like what Killer Mike had to say. Killer Mike is on the left, but you know, he's one of these. He is probably also inspired by Malcolm X, and I would say like I resonate most with Malcolm X, or I don't know. I definitely resonate with what Malcolm X said. I don't know that I agree with the ways that he went about saying it, or, you know, whatever, but I totally understand his perspective, and he was absolutely correct on a lot of things. But I think the point of this movie is that there was never a single approach that was going to work for civil rights progress and racial equity progress in the 60s. If you had tried any one of these guys' approaches, they would have individually failed. Like, so if everybody adopted, these guys aren't really necessarily known for being, I don't know all the facts, but these guys are not necessarily known for being associated with the civil rights movement, except for Malcolm X and to some fairly large extent, Muhammad Ali. But they all had a role to play, and none of them had the same ideas. And what I think is the best answer is like a superposition of all these different perspectives. So you had Martin Luther King Jr.'s perspective on civil rights and how to have progress there through nonviolence and civil disobedience. He was inspired by Gandhi. And then you had Malcolm X's take on things, which is like economic liberation for African Americans and independence from, you know, the white man or the white devils or white people, because white people, we should not have been trusted, and African Americans should not rely on misplaced faith today from, you know, with regard to white people. Like, you shouldn't just implicitly trust the people who are in power. Like, no one is asking you to do that. I don't know. Anyways, and see, like, I'm not really sure I should speak authoritatively on this stuff because I don't know. It's just like the right answer for somebody like me is to listen to what people have to say about this. It's not really to tell people what to do. If you don't listen first, there's not going to be any progress that occurs. And to me, that is the dangerous part about the social isolation that occurs, that is somewhat imposed by radicalized social justice warriors. So if you intentionally marginalize and alienate people who you have labeled as racist, who may not be racist, that is going to cause our society to fragment and fracture. And people are not going to be able to listen. Like, social isolation is a little bit like being in space. Like, no one can hear you scream. So if no one sees your social media posts, if you censor people, like, you're not going to be listening to that, for better or worse. And this is one of the dangers of censorship, is that you feel like you're in control and you don't hear your enemies and no one else hears your enemies. But then you become disoriented and you make bad decisions. So anyway, Malcolm X had some important things to say about economic liberation, and like, the benefits to his approach are that, like, when black people or African Americans free themselves economically and bring themselves up by their own means, they're not going to be obligated to any other group of people. They're not going to feel obligated to white Americans. And all these themes are covered in this movie. It really is brilliant. It's a brilliant take, and I think it has a tremendous power to heal our nation. Frantz Fanon had a lot to say about the cultural damage that colonialization did to people in Africa and to cultures all over the world. And one of his most known works is The Wretched of the Earth. But basically, Frantz Fanon was saying, like, colonialization had left groups of people around the world disenfranchised, economically dependent, with no options, and worst of all, they had experienced being subjugated by people and living in a reality where they are told that they are worthless or subhuman or this and that. And even if somebody doesn't, like, very consciously doesn't want to believe that, they're still affected by the damage that's done. And some of his ideas can be taken to be very extreme. However, like, he has some very important things to say. And he strongly influenced Malcolm X. And Killer Mike says, a lot of similar things to Malcolm X. I just, I want progress to occur, and I think at this point in American history, this thing is like a cold glass of water. Okay, so that's that. Let's see, what else was I going to cover here? I really need one of these walls of text up here. And then, oh yeah, I was going to show, some people how to delete their social media and stuff like that. So, an important idea that I have, with regard to censorship is, like, to vote with your dollar. And this is just always true. Always vote with your dollar every fucking day. Every dollar that you have is basically one vote. Now, when taken to the extreme, that creates a system called plutocracy. Sort of. So plutocracy is, like, basically corporatism. But we live in a very corporatist government. A very corporatist society. But what that means is every dollar that you have is essentially a vote. So if you don't want to empower your enemies, do not empower them. Do not buy their products. Why would you? Why would you empower that? Um, and you get to do that every single day. You get to vote once a year, but you get to vote with your dollar every single day. Play some music here for myself. Anyways, well, the danger of censorship here is that one of the dangers of censorship is that the tactics of civil disobedience and passive resistance only work when the sacrifices and struggles that you make are when they only work when they create an effect. And so the effect that they create is proportional to, or log proportional to, the effect that they create is proportional to the amount of exposure that they get. So if no one sees you die, or if no one sees you struggle, or if nobody sees the injustice, your suffering is for nothing. So why did we not see like civil disobedience and passive resistance in communist Russia or Nazi Germany? Why was it such a surprise when, for a lot of people, a very tragic surprise for a lot of people when they found out what was actually happening to the Jews in Nazi Germany? Because there was no exposure. And what they did was methodic and heinous. They marginalized the Jews socially, and they alienated them, and then they physically isolated them in ghettos. So at that point, no one is seeing their struggle. People are avoiding social connection to Jews. They've been alienated and physically isolated. And once they were physically isolated, not very many people saw them get on the trains. So, like, it wouldn't have worked there because there was too much censorship and there was no exposure. And so that is a very, very, very dangerous thing. That is a very fucking dangerous thing. I'm also going to be covering the best way to go about deleting various social media accounts. I requested an archive of my media from Instagram and I forgot to download it. So now I'm going to have to log into my account, keep my account active for like 4 days or like a day or two, and then download the archive. So I'm going to show you how to do that, I guess, right about now. Yep. Alright, so what the hell? Yeah, I did request to delete that account, but I haven't deleted it yet. Oh, fuck you. Then I'll be permanently deleting my account. So one of the focuses of this live stream is to like inform people as to how you get leverage, like in social media, or like leverage against these, or with respect to these tech giants. And so we definitely do have some monopolies and trusts in big tech. I mean, it just is the way it is. It's kind of benefited America and I think the world at large. But for reasons that I'll explain later, I think it's time to make it fair, because it's not a fair game, and the rest of the world is sick of it. So, like, when you're doing that, you'll find that eventually your unfair game will turn against you, because people do have power. And so, And you know what? Like Black Lives Matter and Antifa are up in arms about the Telegram deletion from the App Store or something. I don't know exactly what the details are. We'll find out. What is it? Been sued to remove Telegram. Let's see what. Oh, I saw it earlier. I don't know. Oh boy. And one way that I like to explain what's going on with Parler and why it was stupid to delete it from the App Store, and why it was stupid for Amazon. Like even if you're on the left, or if you're in the center, if you're on the right, there were very real like terror threats, and so like the way that I like to explain it is like you're in a room full of ginormous spiders, and the lights go out. So you know where, like when the lights are on, you know where all the spiders are. You know, and they're probably hiding under things, because spiders are typically way more afraid of you than you are of them. Oh god, look at all those fucking spider babies. But you're in a room full of spiders, like these ones right here. Yeah. Like those ones. Look at all them fucking spider babies. You're in a room full of spiders like this, like arachnophobia, and somebody just basically cuts the lights out. Now you can't see anything. Where'd all those fucking spiders go? And you're the threat. While the lights are on, they're in the dark, but you can find them. When the left deleted Parler, suddenly we couldn't see all them fucking spiders anymore. That's a problem when you have an active terror threat. That's why it was dumb for the left to do that. They really shot themselves in the foot like that. Like, I mean, luckily nothing has happened so far. I think there might still be an active threat, but we don't want anything like that to happen. I'm a staunch conservative, but I am socially liberal in a lot of ways. I'm kind of like a libertarian, but we don't want anything like that to happen. That would be fucking terrible. It would be terrible for the left or for the liberals. It would be terrible for the Biden administration. It would have been terrible for the Trump administration. It would be terrible for conservatives. It would be terrible for everyone, which is why I think it was a huge mistake for Parler to have been deleted, because Parler really, really likes for you to upload your driver's license. So like you're really pushed to validate your account, and I'm pretty sure their newsfeed distribution is affected by whether or not your account is active or not. Let's see here. So basically, like, if you don't validate your account, you're not going to reach as many people. However, even if your account is not validated, you're still connected to quite a few people who are validated. So it's easy to track. Like, so if you make statements, and if people make statements to you that indicate that they know who you are, and your account is not validated, but 20 or 80% of your connections and correspondence do have validated accounts, then that means that it makes it really easy for the FBI to figure out who the fuck you are. And another thing about your threats going dark is that you lose situational awareness, which is a military term. And that just means, like, you don't know where those fucking spiders are. Like, when you have situational awareness, you know where the spiders are. When you don't have it, you lose track of the threats. And so it's important to maintain situational awareness. And this is why the left pisses me off, is because their actions are like predicated on or depend on like moral systems or morality. And it's like, these are, for the right, especially the religiously conservative right, these are moral constructions that are defined by, words in the Bible. And they basically never change. For the left, like, the moral constructions are like dependent on what science has produced and what secularism kind of and humanism extrapolate into. So secularist ideas, scientific ideas, those motivate what people on the left believe are moral. But what do we know about science? It's changing all the time. So the moral like extrapolations of science and secularism and humanism are always changing. And this is a more philosophical problem, but basically what the left decides is moral or immoral will not be the same today or tomorrow or the next week. It's going to change. And this leads to a lack of like harmony or a lack of consistency or a lack of it leads to a lot of like philosophical flaws in how leftists and left-leaning people view the world. Because if you're teaching your kids right and wrong today, when they grow up, if you're on the left or they're on the left, then their sense of right and wrong will not be the same when they grow up as it was when they were growing up and you were parenting them. Now, that there's benefits to that because we know that we understand the world in a completely different way today than we did yesterday. But it's important to have those universal, unchanging ideas that impart a fairly universal sense of morality. And one of the most powerful things that people can do is control people's sense of good and evil. So if you can change somebody's sense of good and evil, then you can make them do all kinds of things, whether it's good or evil. And that's what I can't stand about Leninists and Marxists, is that like they very intentionally use cultural Marxism or demoralization to invert good and evil, all for the purpose of moving towards a revolution. And it's methodic. Now, I am fairly opinionated on this stuff, but I'm not all that opinionated. I mean, I don't know. I like listening to people that have different ideas. I've thought about a lot. If you respond to me, I've probably already thought about what you said. Maybe not. I would still like to listen, because it's important to get a sense of what people believe, no matter if you disagree with them or not, because it gives you information about the world. People believe what they believe, and it may not be the same as you. This is why censorship is dangerous, because if you lose track of what your enemies or adversaries are saying, or if you lose track of what they believe, this doesn't put you in a better place. Like, we need the strongest ideas to rise to the top. That's how I feel. So I want the ideas that I believe in, and I want my beliefs to be as strong as possible. So I want them to be battle tested and ready, and I want other people to do the same thing. And I feel like that's one of the best ways to move forward. Anyway, so Parler had pretty much, I don't know what percentage of their users were verified with the driver's license, but it was a pretty significant percentage. And I mean, that was the first thing I did on Parler, because I knew it would be useful to get more exposure. I didn't really post a lot on Parler, but I'm pissed about it being taken down. There were a couple things I was pissed about as we moved towards the Biden presidency. One of them was Twitter's response to Trump, which wasn't that really that big of a deal, but it does set like a huge precedent. So if they can censor the president, then they could censor any leader in the world. They could censor anybody that they want. I mean, that's a bad precedent. That's un-American. Now, if Trump is off of Twitter, is this going to be better for a Biden administration, especially early on? Yes. Is it going to be better for... I'm just saying, is it going to be better for Twitter? No. It is very much against Twitter's financial interests to have deleted Donald Trump's account. Like, look what happened to their stock. Their stock's fallen like 15%. Is it the end of Twitter? No. But it's activist engineers that are doing this. Let me see here. I've got some new traffic I'm trying to take real quick. Let's see, where was I? Oh, and pretty early on I wanted to cover, probably too late now, I might actually make that another video. Because, yeah, it's not really on topic. But basically there's three pandemics in America right now. People think there's one pandemic, but there are really three. There's at least three. Let me get my LinkedIn real quick. I have to log in, I don't know. I made a post on this. I was trying to get attention because I don't think anybody's talking about this. And see, I'm invisible on social media. I hate social media. It's like, it is nothing more than a waste of time for me. I'm alienated on social media, and then it like reaches into my social life and just disenfranchises me from everything. There's no point in me being on social media, and so fuck you. Like, if you say that I can't be heard, I mean, that is just unbelievable. And if it's just de facto, like, I can't be heard because my newsfeed score is so low because the things I talk about are esoteric or political, like, that's horrible. Like, I have a lot of good things to say, and I have a lot of ideas for changing the world, and I'm somebody that can't be heard because of politics and, like, over intellectualism. Like, it's, I guess that's a word, I don't know. Let me see my activity here, so I get this post up. What? Okay. Yeah, there's three pandemics. This girl, Jessica Gross, she does work at the New York Times. But anyway, she posted this. The number of people working remotely has skyrocketed since January 2020, with approximately half the U.S. labor force working from home in the early days of the pandemic. While some have returned to the office, since last spring, a significant number have not. Millions more Americans communicating completely virtually with their coworkers does not mean our emotional office dynamics have caught up yet to our new video conference world. Many are feeling a spectrum of new anxieties about their interactions with colleagues. Employees are asking themselves questions like, is that Slack message unanswered because I'm getting fired? Or because my boss is dealing with remote schooling her kid? Did that joke land flat on the video call because it was a bad joke, or am I falling out of favor? Is remote working making us more paranoid, or is it just life in 2021? I attempt to answer. Now, I've got to admit, Jessica, I didn't read your article. It was probably good. But point is, sorry, I didn't read it. Oh, shit. Yeah, the point is there's three pandemics happening right now. The third one is something that no one is talking about, and I mean no one, because people don't know about it. The longer the individual's collective dysbiosis continues, the more it will collectively grow to socially strain us. So the first epidemic or pandemic is the coronavirus pandemic. Everybody knows about that one. The second one, like a lot of people know about, and thank God they do, because they finally can't say that my isolation does not cause psychological consequences. Like, thank God, now people can't bullshit me when they say that my life is the way it is just because of my actions or whatever. Like, they have to kind of understand what isolation means. So, fuck all of y'all. By the way, you have to understand at least a little bit what I'm talking about. You can't just say that you don't understand. So there's a short-term mental health epidemic driven by a regressive response in people and individuals to isolation and existential factors like dread and despair and other dynamics. The third pandemic is a long-term mental health epidemic caused by the third pandemic is a long-term mental health epidemic caused by damage that overuse of disinfectants does to the second brain. Another thing that people can't really say that they don't understand what I'm talking about when I mention it. Maybe you don't understand that. That's fine. But 99% of people who would ordinarily say that they don't understand what I'm saying, which is like anyone, like 99% of people would be people with IQs of 115 or less, or really 120 or 125 or less. Like, those people, when I open my mouth, and a lot of them are fairly smart, they typically say, we don't understand what he's saying, and we're really smart. Like, I have a lot of things to say, and no one can understand it. This is why when I post on social media, like, it's pointless. Like, no one's going to hear what I say because the topics of my content are just not marketable. Oh my god. So anyway, when our intestinal flora are damaged, almost every individual will suffer malaise and dysfunction at a neurological level. At a neurological level, you will be unable to function. So this makes diseases like Alzheimer's way worse, like 100 times worse. Because your brain can't like really maintain homeostasis of like neurotransmitters, neurotransmitter metabolites, and the prodrugs for neurotransmitters. So like your brain takes tryptophan, turns it into 5-HT-tryptophan, and then turns it into serotonin. But there's a certain amount of like 5-HT-tryptophan that it's going to make based on your diet, based on your intake of tryptophan. And then that can cross the blood-brain barrier, and when it does, it can become serotonin, which has to be made inside your brain if it's going to be active in your brain. But serotonin is also active in your gut, and it influences digestion, which again is a feedback loop. So if your body is low in serotonin, then your digestion is going to be impaired, and then your neurological function is going to like kind of lose its ability to balance itself. Dopamine is similar. Dopamine and norepinephrine are related. Tyrosine gets changed into L-dopa, and that gets changed into dopamine. And I think there's a metabolite of dopamine. I don't remember the exact process for norepinephrine. But those are all like, yeah. I'm going to look up a article here. Functional ensemble of temperament. This is like a brilliant idea from mostly from a Russian psychiatrist, and the idea is that there are these systems that are based on neurotransmitters, and these are like phases that your brain can be in. So that could be, you could consider that as like a state. So you might find matter in like 4 states: solid, liquid, gas, plasma. There's other states too. But your brain can be in one of these states. Now it can be in multiple states kind of at the same time, but if your neurotransmitters are out of balance, then some of these states that are dependent on them can't really function properly, and like your brain will quickly lose the ability to like sustain homeostasis. And so when you overuse, and so I work at the skating rink, and I work right now in the skate rental because I'm kind of bored of DJing, and like we have some good DJs right now. So and I can always kind of do that when I want to, but I've done it for so long that it's not really easy for me to get passionate about. And also, like, making sure that people get skates that works is actually really important, because if your skates don't work, you can't really skate. So a lot of new customers will come and they won't be return customers, or they may not be return customers because they couldn't skate and they thought it was them when it was the skates. So it's kind of important, especially in the long term, that people are able to skate. Otherwise, like a group of adults, if one of them cannot skate very well, then that group, no matter how many people are in it and no matter how many people can skate, they may tend to not come skating. So, like, if you increase the number of people in that group that can skate, like, it quadratically increases the probability, or I don't know about quadratically, but it greatly increases the probability that that group would come skating. So that's, like, I don't know, it's interesting. It's more interesting to think about than DJing for me. And, like, I can also sit there and kind of read a book sometimes, so there's that. But yeah, no one's talking about this last pandemic because it's not really clear that that's going to happen. But there is a old, it's not really old, but it's an old disinfectant called triclosan. And triclosan is a chemical that is used to disinfect things. It's got these nice little chlorine atoms right here, and here, and they put triclosan. They used to put triclosan in hand sanitizer, and it gets in your mouth and it gets in your diet and it kills bacteria. And so they started taking it out. I don't know if they've completely taken it out, but when I worked at the skate in the skate rental, like, I'm constantly basically huffing this disinfectant that we use, and we need to use it. But I think in years past it's been affecting the homeostasis in my gut. So, like, if you kill some strains of bacteria in your gut, they don't come back very easily, and there's, like, a balance of gut bacteria. It's called dysbiosis. Okay, so I guess this is the stream where I'm going to cover this. The dysbiosis is where you don't have, is this a good one? Yeah. Where you don't have the right balance of intestinal flora. And these different strains of bacteria, like, don't really have the same response to being stored on, like, shelves at Kroger or whatever. But they tend to fare better when their processes slow down in refrigeration. So if you have there's also probiotics. I think they're called parabiotics, and they sort of act as a food that allows the bacteria to have something to eat while it's sitting there waiting for you to swallow the pill. And that really helps, like, some of the strains, like, survive being in store refrigerators. So you see more of the strains of bacteria are likely to be able to be recolonized in your body. So that's why refrigerated probiotic is so important. You have to, you really need, like, a refrigerated probiotic, and this is the one that I would recommend, which is called amplified probiotics, and it has, like, a lot of different strains in here, and it's refrigerated, and it's really turned my own neurological health, like, upside down. I feel a lot better, and it really helps, and it's woken my eyes up to, like, how much harm disinfectants can do. Of course, we need them generally in life, and we especially need them now. So I'm not saying that we don't want disinfectants. I'm just saying, like, after you use the hand sanitizer, like, wash your hands. Like, let the hand sanitizer sit on your skin for, like, 5, 10, 20 seconds. You know, maybe do this if it's alcohol, like, to allow the stuff to sit there and kill things, and then wash it off, because you don't want to pick something else up. Like, you want to wash your hands before you eat. You want to make sure that you're not, like, putting virus particles in your mouth. But you also kind of want to make sure that you're not putting disinfectants in your mouth and in your diet, because it'll fuck up your gut bacteria. So the response to that is really probiotics. We need people to be taking probiotics, and this is like when your brain is under the influence of dysbiosis, you're going to find that your brain just doesn't really work. Like, things are hard. It's like it corresponds to some of the things in major depression where, like, you have cognitive dysfunction, brain fog, you can't, like, it's hard to find the right word, it's hard to, like, structure different things. When you're doing the laundry or brushing your teeth, it just seems like so hard to get things together, and your life gets messy because, like, it just seems like everyday things are hard. It's like that could be caused by, like, intestinal flora. And if it is, the antidepressants are not going to help you. They might, I mean, you shouldn't stop taking them. They probably do help some, but they're not going to fix your problem, because your problem isn't in your brain, it's in your gut. And so if this is happening at social scale, we're going to see, like, even more mass psychosis. And America has been, like, in a state of, in this ebb and flow of mass psychosis, like, in mass delusions, and, like, social attrition, and all these, like, horrible things. We've been in this state for almost a year now. And probiotics could really be the response to a third pandemic. And this one's long term. Like, once your gut bacteria homeostasis is messed up, it is not easy to fix. Unless, unless you're down here eating butt. Anyway. Okay, anyways. Turns out, retro digestion is healthy. South Park was right. Eat some butt from time to time. It's good for your intestinal flora. Okay. Anyway, so that's that little, like, diatribe. So I have a hypothetical way to, like, EMP harden your social media backup. The social media backup for your social media data. Trying to get back to yeah, after your account has been... How do you undelete your account? No. Alright, well, we'll figure this out real quick. It's going to tell me the same thing. Chronotopazor. A reference to chronotope. Oh shit. Yeah, but it said 30 days. Wow. They expedited my request. My backup, I have a backup from, like, October, but I really wanted to get the backup from at least November, because I have a ballot on there. I took a snapshot of my ballot, and I was going to bring it up and show you guys that I embrace bipartisan ideas. I voted for, let's see. I voted for Ebola. Voted for Ebola. I wrote in Ebola. Vice President Azathoth. I'm just kidding. But we're all patting ourselves on the back. And, like, we just went through a pandemic, and this is a pandemic, but it's nothing. It's a drop in the bucket. Like, imagine if it was something way, way, way worse. take that into context. Of course, there were a lot of fuck-ups, so I'm just saying that facetiously, but I really did. I voted for Donald Trump, and then for senator, I voted for Mark Warner. So, because I feel like America does need to come together, and that if I had a straight Republican ticket, that would be kind of hypocritical. And Mark Warner's really not that bad, and he's actually I've met him before. He's really good on like technology policy. He's really smart, you know. And he said some things that like got me thinking, and then at the end he was like, anybody have any questions? And he was like, and I was like, no, because you answered everything. So like, and then the other guy, I think Gabe, the Republican, it's Gabe. I mean, I really liked him. He's got a really good story. The only reason I didn't vote for him is because I felt like I needed to vote for a Democrat to have a bipartisan ticket. Otherwise, I would be a hypocrite. But I really like him. I hope he runs for office again. So that is what it is. I guess I don't have an Instagram account. Oh no, what am I gonna do? And so, and I voted for Mark Warner in like I think 2012 and 2006. I was really excited about him in 2006, back when I was a liberal, which is like why I voted for him. I think even in 2012, but. At that point, I was definitely a libertarian. I think I voted for Ron Paul, or I may have voted libertarian. Can't remember. The libertarians fucked it up this year. Thanks a lot. Alright. I'm going to listen to the Chrono Trigger album. So, I think America needs some probiotics, and we need real probiotics, and we need people in media who are going to be able to sort of like tell people to buy the refrigerated versions that have the right strains. It's just really, really critical. And I think that will help us move back to normalcy. Again, really important for everyone. Really important in the midst of like that second epidemic, like from alienation and isolation. I've got another point to make about why remote work itself can make you more paranoid. But we already have that. That's affecting people psychologically and affecting people's minds. It's not necessarily affecting people's brains directly, but the third pandemic, dysbiosis, will affect people's brains like neurologically. It'll make it really hard to recover from dysbiosis and from the social isolation. So if we want to expedite that recovery and return things to normal, we need this dysbiosis to not really have to not really have social scale. Anyway, there's a reason why remote work can make you more paranoid. So if you're worried about if you have anxieties, and if there's an economic recession, and you're worried about competition at work, there's a lot of things that can be done to target somebody or mob somebody or bully somebody at work. So and what makes people do that is really, well, their psychological temperament, but also the game of musical chairs that may be playing out during an economic recession. So if people feel like they're going to lose their job, these are the things that adults don't like to teach their children. So you don't like to tell your kids what you do to keep a job, but anyway, so and then when you're working remotely, there's various channels of communication. So you have chat, You may have Slack. There may be Zoom, and then Zoom may have chat, and then your work uses Slack most of the time, except sometimes when it's on a Zoom call. And then you have email, and then you have text message, phone calls, and a couple other things. But each one of those channels has its own like degree of visibility. So if somebody sends you a text message, not everybody sees that. If somebody sends a message in the chat, not everyone sees that. Like even on a Zoom call, like they're all focused, like they're paying attention to who's talking. The video is the primary thing. On the side, there's the chat, and so someone can say something in the chat and mention you, and now your focus is now not on the video necessarily, at least for a few seconds, and then you're focused on the chat, but maybe they said something and not everyone else said it, but it causes a reaction in you, and then you may feel threatened or something, or but a sociopath can use the different channels of communication to influence how people see things, and it affects the narratives that people construct in their heads later on about what happened and why it happened. And that happened to me several times. And I feel really bad because a lot of people gave me, like, they placed a lot of faith in me and they hired me. And then I just, I dropped the ball in a lot of ways, but then, there was always one person at work who was, like, harassing me. And sometimes it was political, sometimes it wasn't political. But most of the times they were sociopathic and or political. And I have Asperger's or something like it, and it makes me indefensible. So if there's a game of musical chairs and you can push somebody out into a sociopath who may be thinking more about the social dynamics than the fucking job they're supposed to do, they see me as being weak. And I don't really like being weak, but that makes it easy to. And then there's certain things that are just inherent vulnerabilities. Like I sometimes come into work late, but I always stay late, and like I'm basically like a workaholic. But just coming in late, when people don't have that visibility on how late you're staying, or if the question of how late you're staying becomes like, like an open question, like your manager isn't sure whether or not you're really staying after work for like an hour and a half or working at home, or whether or not your work at home is like allowing you to be like 110% productive, then the sociopath or someone else who may not have like malicious intentions can place the group's emphasis on you being late, because that's a thing that everyone sees, but not everyone sees how late you're working. And so there's all these kind of things that happen with remote work like that, because you're not seeing each other, and then you're not like having casual interactions, and you're not, there's no chat around the water cooler. Maybe there is. But these are all problems that allow some people to be more vulnerable. And if people are also like feeling depressed and unable to function, that can strongly impair job performance. So I think corporate America should listen up and maybe and figure out how to collectively craft a communication strategy in the media for probiotics, so that we can, because I really dysbiosis has really fucked up my life. I thought that I had gluten intolerance or a gluten allergy to the point that I swore off beer for the rest of my life. I would drink wine occasionally. I basically don't drink at all. But I swore to never touch another glass of beer, and now I do not have that gluten intolerance, like almost at all. Like it's almost completely gone. And I think that I was just like that the disinfectants in the skate rental from time to time would, like, when you inhale it, it's slightly nonpolar, it's an alcohol, and there are nonpolar formulations of the same things, but the disinfectant is basically a slightly more nonpolar alcohol that sits on surfaces and doesn't really go away and isn't active like the ice rubber alcohol, and doesn't evaporate. But when it comes into contact with the virus, or a bacteria, it causes the cell wall to break down. Because that's what alcohol does to viruses, and bacteria. There's actually cell wall. But anyway, when you inhale it in your lungs, it still gets in your body, and it can still kill bacteria in your body. It's not a huge thing, and I mean, your choice here is salmonella or disinfectants. Like, which one are you going to go with? Like, you're going to end up in the emergency room with like a dirty diaper, or do you want to take probiotics from time to time? And so, as far as freedom of speech is concerned here, which is the next topic, yeah. To underscore this again, Martin Luther King Jr. and Gandhi's tactics simply don't work without the ability to have other people witness and react to your suffering. So their long-term strategy was like, we're going to take this, we're going to put ourselves out there, we're going to incur the social consequences by cutting against norms, and we're going to suffer. And there's enough of us so that like people can like suffer in front of other people to force. So there's enough individuals so that if 1 out of 10 individuals decides to suffer, it doesn't collectively like impair. It doesn't like collectively set the entire group back. But what it does when your suffering is seen, when it's visible, it means that other people, like, you know, whether it's British people in India or white people in America, they have to deal with the injustice that they saw, and it eventually causes them to question like what's going on. And in the long term, if there's a minority within the group of white people in America in the 1960s who is willing to go really, really far and up violence and up the injustices, then the people who think things are normal, or the white people who think things were normal or who thought things were normal in the 1960s, they see how far some of those, some of the like extreme racists were like willing to go, and then they're horrified and they're shocked and they're called in. They have to question like the norms of society, and then your movement can begin to like accumulate like all people, and one of the things that made the difference in the 1960s was like if you wrote a story about an African American neighborhood in the newspaper, you had editorial staff that could censor some very specific things. There was a lot of control that corporate America had over what was going to be printed in newspapers. So if they didn't want your story to be produced, they could force you to change it or be censored, or they could fire you. But when you had to get people with video cameras who were producing segments for the news to go into African American neighborhoods and produce stories, no longer could you censor that like in the same way. Like you could try to censor it, but then you would basically have to choose between not reporting on things that were important to people, and you had to choose between that or like permitting certain images to be seen by everyone on news. So that like ability to have video cameras out there in America capturing things in such a way that words couldn't be changed is what is one factor that enabled progress to occur much more quickly, or forced progress to occur much more quickly, or they created the conditions under which progress could not be stalled out. And we should have done something about that. I mean, obviously it never should have happened, but we should have done something about that a long, long time ago. And look where we are now. I mean, it's setting us back so much today because not enough progress occurred early enough. And another good TV show is Lovecraft Country. That was really, really, really good. Just watch it if you want. It's got a lot of adult themes in it, so not for kids. But I mean, especially like the last 2 episodes, I mean, it's really tragic and horrifying, but it managed to provoke like a huge range of emotional responses, and it did so in a way that like allowed you to sort of like, and a lot of people think that Lovecraft was racist or whatever, and I think he very obviously was, but he was also like an unbelievable genius, and he didn't really hold anything back. He also wrote about things like, unfortunately, the way they were. Whereas like a lot of other literature throughout the 19th or yeah the late 19th century and early 20th century, of course Lovecraft is completely early 20th century, like it was heavily editorialized, and you couldn't like, because the people that were racist didn't want people in the future to like look back at them as though they were horrible racist monsters, because even those people knew that things were inevitably going to change. But Lovecraft didn't really, he didn't censor things. But what they did with the Lovecraft Country was really good. And I don't know what to think about Lovecraft. I really like his work. I try not to pay attention to the uncomfortable parts, but I guess that's easy for me. And so I got a bad feeling about the Biden administration. I don't know. I don't want a communist regime in America, or like I don't want social hierarchies full of what I see as Leninists using useful idiots to basically construct a insurmountable communist regime in America. Because like America is resource poor, so even if like philosophically communism was like attractive to Americans, economically it's just not going to work out. It's going to be way worse than the Soviet Union. And I don't feel like moderate Democrats are trying to advance that necessarily, because they don't see things in those terms, but there absolutely are those like 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 like Leninists who they hide in the shadows because they can't really be seen for what they are, and they convince people to do like horrible things. And the people doing, like the useful idiots doing those horrible things, see themselves as like social justice warriors, or they don't see themselves as useful idiots. They see themselves as standing up against injustice and standing up against all these things, but they don't realize how a lot of those issues have been used by more radical leftists. And so it's really hard to turn back once it starts happening. Like, we're already really deep into it. And I would just ask that people like consider the possibility that what I'm saying may be correct. Because once we have a communist regime here, there is no turning back ever. Like, because the Soviet Union did not have the technical power that we have. They just happened to have a lot of social control. And look how long it took to turn them back. And America will be economically destitute because we're resource poor. Like in other countries where there's like some where the economy is strongly dependent on commodities, like there's corundum in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There's oil and gas in Iran. There's oil and gas in Russia. And what the communists do is use the ideology as a pretext for seizing power, and then they have the power, and then they control prices on the commodities. So they restrict access to the commodities and make it hard to sell them, which makes a lot of people poor in the country, but at least doesn't like allow people to loot the country for its resources. Now, that means that they're not selling as much volume of those resources as they could, but the prices are higher, so the profits allow for like those resources to be redistributed, or the profits are high enough such that they can redistribute the resources of the country, the financial resources of the country, and ostensibly pay for the promises of communism. America does not have that. We don't have any resources. Like, we have a breadbasket. We have some oil and gas, but almost none. the moderate left and the left does not want to touch oil and gas in Alaska. Biden's about to overturn the Keystone Pipeline. That is what it is. But we don't have those fucking resources. So when we try to pay for everybody's shit, we don't have anything to offer the rest of the world. So we won't have enough money. And this is why, like, there's a lot of those radical leftists that are lying to you when they say it's possible. It's not possible. Not right now. Like, we may have some kind of socialism in the future. It's hard to look at an idea like UBI without considering it some kind of socialism. And that may be necessary in the future. And, like, my alternative is lower prices on goods and services and better technological solutions to goods and services that allow a free market approach to persist as long as possible. Like, when financial resources are distributed fairly equally, or when wealth inequality is not, like, out of control, people have wealth and people have options. So people can censor you, sort of, in certain ways, or they can marginalize you, and that happens in capitalist societies just as much as it does in socialist or communist societies, but it's much harder to justify taking somebody's wealth away unfairly. So it's your money if you have it, and you can do with it what you want, and you can hire people that you want. And this is why, like, a potential crisis of the Biden administration is like, bottoming out of small businesses. So if a lot more small businesses go bankrupt, that's going to cause a lot of downstream consequences. And it severely impacts wealth distribution in America. So all of a sudden, the only thing that you have left is corporations. That's it. That is fascism. Or it's a lot closer to fascism than what we have today. And now Trump favored the corporations and favored Wall Street, obviously, and made a lot of controversial decisions. I wouldn't describe him as a fascist at all, and I wouldn't really necessarily describe Biden as a fascist either. Because I think of it as corporatism or capitalism. It depends on whether it's beneficial for the people, and I think capitalism is definitely beneficial for the people. I don't think that corporatism is really beneficial for people, but if so many small businesses collapse, you're not going to have a choice but to buy things from companies like Walmart and Amazon, because there's not going to be anybody else left. And those corporations, they may pay higher taxes under Biden, but if they gobble up all the market share for, like, business to business and business to consumer, like, small businesses, then, like, that's a lot more profits. And then they'll be in control and they'll get rid of Biden. That's how it'll work out. Or I don't know if that is how it'll work out, but that is how it could work out. And a lot of people don't understand, like, Biden kind of made, like, an unholy alliance with Wall Street and corporations. And look at what Trump did for corporations and Wall Street. Like, and what did they do? They used him until he was spent. They dangled him upside down and see if anything else came out of his pockets, and they threw him away. And now, this is like socio-political churn. And so the corporations and billionaires are in charge of this. So they shift things from one side, and they stalemate everything in Congress and deadlock everything in Congress, and they move certain things forwards, and then they go to the other side. And they use the other side for the same thing, and they control the media and control the narratives, and then switch things back. But for the corporations and the powerful, it's always going forwards for them. And the flip side of that is it's generally going backwards for people. And now, I mean, what I'm saying may not come true or whatever, but people always have a chance to do something about it. How to back up your social media. So you're going to have to go to Facebook. I don't have an account. I guess I do have an account, which apparently still remembers me as being Spanish, or speaking Spanish, because I have on Facebook in Spanish. I'll get to that later. But anyways, because that can help you keep your data more private, and it can also impair hackers a little bit, and may help America be a little bit more secure from cybersecurity threats that nobody is talking about. Okay. Anyway, so you're going to go in here, you're going to find one that allows you to delete your account somewhere in the settings under privacy and security, and it'll kind of warn you, try to dissuade you, and then ask you why you want to delete your account, and, you know. And if you're, like, really big on social media, you might not want to do this, and that's okay. You have a lot of power, but you also get a lot of benefits from social media, and if you're a conservative speaker, then you also provide a lot of benefits and exposure for now until they censor everybody. And I don't know if they'll censor everybody, because again, this is not a good move for Google, Twitter, Facebook. Not good moves for you. And look at how, like, Germany is reacting. Angela Merkel has made a statement. India's made a statement. Uganda's made a statement. Uganda blocked Twitter, like, during their election. These are all dominoes that keep falling down. And Twitter started it, sort of. I mean, it's going to be a little bit hard for anything to normalize in the Biden administration, like, with respect to communications and public image, if Trump is on Twitter saying whatever he wants. And I'm just trying to be neutral there. I still don't think that they should have censored him, but, you know, Trump's going to be trying to backseat drive. And so maybe he should be in timeout or whatever, but, you know. I always try to figure out how to have my cake and eat it too. It's still a scary precedent to set, even if he is allowed to have an account again. I'm not sure he will want to have an account again. I kind of wish he had adopted Parler a little bit earlier, but there just weren't enough people on Parler. And is it really, like, and Parler had, like, a biased user membership. There were a lot of conservative people on Parler. Not everybody on Parler was conservative. And why? Because when there's a lot of conservative people, or when there's a lot of people from one persuasion, and it's very biased, and those people are not engaging actively in other social communities, then it's somebody from the opposite side or from another side who wants to influence people that are conservative or on the opposite side from themselves. They can go to those other places and talk to people, and they may get booed out. They may, like, get chased out of, you know, a Facebook group that for liberals, like. But I did not want to be in a filter bubble. So for me, like, it was never, I basically almost never blocked people or blocked accounts or blocked pages or blocked groups. And I actively tried to seek out groups and sources of information to keep up to date on what people from the opposite side thought. Because in politics, and just in life in general, like, you don't want to shield yourself. There's something for the 48 laws of power where, like, you don't want to build fortresses and isolate yourself. It's not useful. Like, you're going to lose touch with other sources of information, even if you don't want to hear it or empower it. That is what some group of people thinks. So if people are in, like, a pro Bernie Sanders group, like, I might want to hear what they have to say, because if I'm going to talk to one of those people in public or on Facebook, like, I need to be able to respond to things in the terms in which they have constructed their own political opinions. So whatever the language is that they've constructed their political opinions, or the language and patterns of ideas that they use to construct the narratives that they see, if I speak to them in those terms, then I can change what they think. And I'm not very good at that. But it's just not smart. There are a lot of people who are good at it, and some of them get elected to Congress. But if they are, yeah, anyways, even if they disagree with you, like, that's still how you feel. Like, I was in a Discord voice chat the other day, and it was, like, a really good chat. It was, like, on the intellectualism server or something, and I just happened to see a notification, so I joined. And there was one guy who had an Arabic accent, like one or two people had German accents, and there were a couple other people that were international, and there were a couple people who were American, and everybody was there because they wanted to join a server called intellectualism or something, and so they're all fairly smart people in their own way, but there are different opinions. And when you have voice conversations with people, it's not the same thing as like a Facebook discussion, because you actually, like, in order to control the conversation, or in order to have control of the conversation and be able to say what you want, other people are going to have to stop talking, and they're going to want to stop talking. They're going to want to, you need them to stop talking in order for you to talk. So you have to sort of respect them. And there's like, it's not just asynchronous, like I post something, you post something, I post something, you post something. It's like stateful. So there's this idea in programming of like stateless and stateful protocols. And so HTTP is a stateless protocol, where you don't maintain state. So like, that's the I post something, you post something, I post something, you post something. It's asynchronous. And then voice chats and in real life conversations, those are stateful. Like, you have to pay attention to what somebody else is saying, and they could choose to walk away from the conversation if they don't like what you said or how you said it. And so you have to empathize with them, and you have to sort of respect their feelings, and yada yada yada. And the group can try to take away conversational control from you. They can try to take the baton from you and pass it to somebody else if they don't want to hear what you have to say. But because it's stateful, you have to constantly think about that. And this is why social media is like the UI UX like aspects, the user experience aspects of social media design are causing a lot of the toxicity in America. So like, if we move to a system where we have VR like interactions, or like VR chat, this channel called Drumsy, which is pretty hilarious. This Scottish girl is too big for VR chat. This guy's pretty hilarious. He's like a comedian. He always has a great way of figuring out the best way to, break it to somebody that they need to like or subscribe. Click the button. Just kidding. Obviously, I don't have these skills. But anyway, Drumsy's pretty hilarious. And, I'm sure these are not, like, your average experiences. These aren't your average experiences for VR, so it's not really representative.
For anything. Just try to sneak up on me and stab me in the back with a knife. I'll catch the blade right between my thick cheeks. What I'm not prepared for is a 20-foot-tall Scottish woman attempting to eat my closest friend. I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter Drumsy, and I don't know about you guys, but large women terrify me. Whether they're 10 feet...
But anyway, like or subscribe to Drumsy if you want. He's pretty hilarious. He has 2,300,000. Oh wow, look at that. Anyway, yeah. So those are stateful interactions, and no, it's not easy for a social media company to censor you. And so why isn't the world already moving towards that? Well, social media companies have something like a monopoly. And what did Facebook do? Oh, that's right, it bought Oculus Rift. And why is it that they did that and haven't done anything in 7 years with Oculus Rift? Well, maybe it's not so easy to monetize virtual reality like interactions. So if you buy up the competition that is like not really so easily seen as competition in antitrust law terms, at least not yet, then you can sort of delay the progress for that and then make money by not allowing the competition to really sufficiently develop. And the one thing that is monetized above all else, and the best way to look at monetization and business models in social media is that, like, you are monetizing your users' attention and time. And so, like, if you're using one app, you can't really use another. It's basically a fundamental axiom of social media and or technology and or life that people can basically only do one thing at one time. They can claim to multitask, but it's really hard to have like true concurrency in multitasking. Like, you basically have to think about doing two things at one time and do that as like its own thing. So like, you're doing two things at one time, and that's the thing that you're doing. which is concurrency versus parallelism in computer science terms. Multitasking is kind of possible, but not really. And so your users can only do one thing. So if they're not on Facebook and they're in VR chat, they're not using Facebook unless you like figure out some way to push ads into Facebook by using like Google's DoubleClick or whatever. So there are ways to monetize, but you don't collect very good data about your users because like they can warp to a completely different VR setting if they want to. So if you put an ad in front of them, they may like look away and they may decide that it's not interesting unless it follows them around, like on that Amazon Prime TV show Upload or whatever, where the guy uploads his consciousness. Anyway, but those are going to promote like apps like that, or just more social apps that promote like stateful interactions with other people, where it's not so easy to like ha 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 troll lol and like run away and then come back and post another comment. Like that's gonna help bring people together, and we need to bring people together. And Apple, I'm sure, because I know more than most people know, they're doing some interesting things with VR, and whatever they produce is gonna be pretty awesome. Why do I know that? Because there's a guy that went to Virginia Tech that did a lot of Microsoft research for VR and then went to Apple to do some other research for VR. Who studied like UI UX in 3D systems at Virginia Tech. So I don't know the guy, but I just imagine because he went to Virginia Tech and what a good school that is, that like whatever they're doing is really good. Anyway, so when you delete or when you back up your social media data, how do you do that? Well, you ask them to get it, then they have to tell their servers to go collect the data that you want to back up, and about 24 hours later, you'll get a link that they don't want online for very long, because if somebody else was to access your account for some reason, they would be able to download all your data, and you don't want that because you want to stubbornly cling to your like fantasy of privacy, even though you probably are naked and don't realize it. But you don't want somebody else to be able to have a permanent copy of all your data. So how do you physically secure your social media data? The most important element of security in technology is physical security. It always comes first. It always should come first. But you don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good or whatever. But you do want to pay attention to physical security. So and here's the other thing: if we really do wake up in a communist America, you're going to see the trend of censorship become a trend of deletion. They're just going to delete you and delete your account, and you're not going to, and not just your account, but it's very possible to invisibly like delete content that people have posted. And if you posted it 20 weeks ago or whatever, or half a year ago, and it is invisibly deleted, like, are you going to know that it's not there? No, you're not. And Twitter already does this, by the way. If you've ever used Twitter search, it basically doesn't return results for anything that's not recent. So if you want your tweets to be discoverable by a search engine, you have to do something crazy like upload your tweets to your GitHub account. So when I'm obviously, I'm a very boring person because I don't care to put whether all of my details are put online or not, because I don't really have anything to hide. If people want to like stab me in the back and set me up in situations because they want to take me down for political reasons or whatever, I've found myself in a lot of those situations. And yes, it's a persecution complex. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they aren't really out to get you. Anyway, I have Twitter on there somewhere. I got Twitter archive. I said, hey Jack, shadow ban this from search, you asshole. So anyway, I've actually updated it before, but it's still about 3 years old. So anyway. But the point here is that none of these tweets are visible to search results, to Twitter search results. And Twitter, I think most social media companies don't make their content indexable by Google. So people just can't find it unless they've scraped it. So basically, you've already, like, anything that's older than like a couple months old has already been censored from Twitter because it's not discoverable except by people who have like the money to pay for like programmatic kind of approaches to extracting data from Twitter. So even if it's publicly discoverable, it's not discoverable. And so it's easy to delete your past and unperson you. I mean, people are already being unpersoned. Also, deleting Trump from Home Alone 2 is a little Stalin-esque. Like, you've got to be kidding me. You might hate him, but, I mean, why do you hate him? Oh my god. Like, you really want to set that precedent? Because that's really dangerous. That is really, really dangerous. Yeah, and do not store this data on a network-connected computer. So when you get your backup, like, put it on a USB hard drive that's encrypted, or a thumb drive that's encrypted, or a flash drive that is encrypted, and then maybe even hide that flash drive. Obviously, you don't want to hide it from yourself, but you're probably going to want to use an SD flash card. They're small and easy to hide. And here's an idea. It's kind of theoretic or hypothetical, but it would be like 5 layers of protection to harden your data against EMP. So if you don't know what EMP is, it's a burst of electromagnetic radiation. But it's also a burst of beta particles. Right? Or maybe not. Yeah, I mean, it might not work if there is intense gamma radiation. No, it probably will. It just depends. But yeah, like, so what EMP does is it releases high energy free electrons. And it's like an electromagnetic pulse. But what do we know about electromagnets? Well, we know that they are, what do we know about the electromagnetic field? Electricity is orthogonal to the magnetic, it's orthogonal to magnetism. You can tell I've really studied Maxwell's laws of electromagnetism. It's a weak point for me, which might be why this hypothetical thing is bullshit. But anyway, so really, like people think of hardening against EMP, like, so first of all, like, are you trying to wire yourself out from all electromagnetic field impulses, or all electromagnetic field effects? Because if you are, you need a Faraday cage. And most of the time people think, well, if you're going to harden your gear against EMP, you have to have a Faraday cage. But not only do you have to have a Faraday cage, you have to have a Faraday cage that doesn't need an external power source. So that's important. Because you can get EMP blasted once, and then get EMP blasted again, and none, like, unless you're hardening stuff that's designed the right way, you're going to lose everything. And the most, anyway. So here's about roughly 5 layers of protection to harden your data against EMP. So you got a flash card inside a plastic bag, and plastic is normally a source of an insane amount of resistance. So it's an insulator. And then you wrap that inside an aluminum foil, and then put that in a plastic bag. And then you're going to wrap that in as much copper wire as possible to create, like, what would be an electromagnet if it had a power source. Now, this is not really going to be a traditional electromagnet because it doesn't actually have current. It has a weird kind of, like, random current, which might be like a pretty fascinating engineering idea to follow. But you have direct current and alternating current, and this would be random current, which is usually pretty awesome. If you've never seen the magic smoke coming out of your computer, you know, you gotta try it one time. It's pretty cool. I gotta use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. I gotta get one more thing, so I'll be back. Magic smoke. It grants 3 wishes. Alright, I gotta eat for a second, otherwise, like, I think my blood sugar is gonna be low. And I'm gonna be unable to function. So, so in the meantime, I'm just gonna play this video of a Scotch girl getting scared of everything. Get shit. Let me cheese it. What's this Scotch girl? Get up the liquor. I'm gonna eat. Oh shit. Oh, I am. Okay. I do have a microphone on. Oh, my Scottish accent is for nothing. I'm not real sure if that's never happened to you. I'm gonna try to eat real fast, but here just 10 minutes of fun. I'll be right there reacting with you. social react video.
I will stop you.
Oh, look, a monkey, and it says keep it real. Oh, we'll keep it real, monkey. I'm gonna keep it so real.
Oh boy. Oh, frick.
Illy, look at me.
Huh?
Are you doing okay?
No.
Illy, I need you to talk to me. I need you to talk through this with me. Use your big girl words and it'll make you into a big girl.
Are you calling me fat?
That's my friend, Scottish girl Illy. Similar to a carton of 2% skim milk, she's very low in fat. But here's what she isn't, a wimp. That's why I brought her to help take me through this virtual reality horror map. Because I would bet Illy's really good at horror games.
The worst of horror games. I will scream and scream and scream, and normally my heart stops.
Okay, so we may have a death on our hands, and it may be on my criminal record, but that's okay, because I too am a little baby boy.
But little bitch, that's what you are.
Okay, kind of rude. This was not a good sign. Just like me, Illy was what many would call a scared little bitch. If we were gonna go through this horror world, I had to prepare for the worst. Illy?
Huh?
If we don't make it out of here alive, I am bequeathing you my channel.
Bequeathing? So sorry. Alright, death, here I come! Oh boy! What the fuck was that? What the fuck is that sound? Wait, hang the fuck on. I don't like that. I'm actually genuinely scared.
It's just a hallway.
It's just a hallway. Oh god, why is it swinging? I don't like that. Let me out!
Somebody let her out!
Yeah, the suspense is making me want to shit myself. What the fuck?
What?
Someone just flushed the toilet or something, or I don't know, I heard
Someone was taking a fat shit back there.
Johnny's taking a fat shit.
Oh. Illy, somebody's in there!
I think I think we need toilet roll. Is there any toilet roll?
Did you eat Taco Bell?
Do you need any toilet paper?
Hey, you okay? I think they finished wiping.
Oh, merciful Jesus, help
In
me,
we go.
Savior. In we go.
Illy, when you do that smile on your model, it makes your character look strong and confident. Just do that a lot. Just smile over and over. Oh, just, yep. See? Look how happy we are. We're not spooked. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your cheeks. Illy, stop being scared!
Oh, Jesus!
The only thing that's scary is if we don't get paid by this sponsor. Pancake House VR is a VR shooter with over 15 stages, each with multiple game modes, where you can use VR motion controllers to destroy wave after wave of zombies.
Ooh, that has zombies?
Yeah, Illy, it has zombies, so like, do a zombie impression.
Okay.
Great, you're disgusting. Get Pancake House VR using the link in the description. Download this awesome game and give it a try. Illy, that's highly insensitive. I can't believe you'd say that.
Banana bread.
Come on, we're turning the corner. Oh, hello. She's just dancing to some new hip-hop music.
Homie's got me tripping.
Homie's got me tripping. What song do you think she's listening to?
I think she's listening to WAP. The only thing wet right now is my pants and my eyes, because I pissed myself, but I can't stop crying. Yeah, I'm terrified. What can I say? No.
Not by reading a book, but by touching a book. I have a crazy story to share with you. In my book, The Code of the Extraordinary Mind, I shared this story to some degree, but the story is so wild, I didn't go into the full story. And it's a story about how I learned, through a teacher, how to absorb information from a book by touching it. Now let me give you an idea of what happened. And I'm recording this in the quarantine, so excuse the lower than usual production qualities for Mind Valley. In 2002, so this was shortly after the dot-com crisis, I had lost my company in San Francisco. I'd lost my savings, and the economy had completely tanked because the dot-com bubble had burst.
So I was was playing that ad because I said this earlier, but those guys are like fucking grifters and nobody should ever trust. I mean, I'm just kidding. Manga is pretty awesome. You should definitely check it out. So how I recommend their speed reading course. I just watched something about like an hour or two on their speed reading course. Apparently, JFK would read 6 entire newspapers while he was drinking his coffee. Now, how much coffee does that guy drink? But if you can read fast, you will be a much happier person, is the gist of it. Which I know a lot of people don't like to read, but reading is really like virtualizing, like you're learning, it's like you're running a VR app in your brain. So you're constructing whatever kind of reality that you want in your brain. And even if it's non-fiction, kind of, but it reinforces your ability to imagine things. And so while, Stranger Things, and shows like that on Netflix and various fantasy shows and video games are all great ways to get in touch with someone else's imagination, people need to really reinforce their own imagination. So reading is really important. The more you read, the happier you'll be, because every time you read a book, especially if it's nonfiction, it gives you access to new tools that you can use. And so just like, Crossfire, let's see if I can pull up that picture again. Oh, crap. Just like that game that I was talking about. Whoa, what is this? Oh, no. KDE Connect, I don't use it. Because I'm paranoid. Here we go. Just like this game, Crossfire, from Blood Brigade. Like, you're going to fashion your own tools or whatever, but the set of tools that you have access to is determined by, like, the set of ideas that you have access to. And reading is really like downloading something from the Matrix. It's like Neo being able to download Kung Fu, almost, sort of. But in many ways, it very much is like being able to download things from the Matrix. So you empower yourself through reading. And Goodwill has lots of awesome books. So I really appreciate the people donating awesome books. I've got this one book that was printed in the 1920s or 30s, and it's about how to take care of books that are old. And so I've got it sitting in a plastic bag. Because it might actually be worth something. It's very meta. And it's old. And I got it at Goodwill for $2. So, I mean, I don't know how many... There are kind of a lot of people that browse the books at Goodwill, but... and it's not like I'm going there to buy stuff that... Like, just to buy books to have them on the shelf. Like, I'm seeking out things that I'm not sure really appeal to other people, or which are so fascinating I can't help but take it off the shelf. And, 3 of the past 10 years, I've made less than, like, $3,000 in, like, total money. So, while I'm living in soft poverty, I do feel like I deserve the books. Or deserve to shop at Goodwill, or whatever. But I'm also looking for books where it's very esoteric or whatever, so it's also a great bookshop that just opened up in Salem, I guess. Cool books there. But anyway, I would highly recommend Jim Quick's speed reading course. So just that, yeah. Now I'm going to skip the ad and continue eating Cheetos.
Come on, it's just a door. It's literally just a wooden door that swings open. That's what doors are supposed to do. Come on in. Oh, what's this? I have a flashlight. Oh, Illy, I didn't know they put you in the game.
Your dick, Germsy. This is the 0.1% of germs that the COVID bacterial shampoo didn't kill. Fuck my actual
Let's go.
life. I hate this so much. I hate this. I hate you for putting me through this. Why do you do this? Don't give me that look, you bitch. Don't fucking smile at me with that thing. Don't you fucking smile at me.
Ooh, it's a little darker this time. It's a little darker this time.
No!
So just more commentary from me, like, does this look like it's more fun or engaging or, whatever than a Facebook political thread that you couldn't help but see because Facebook put it in your face? I think so. Now, these experiences are not typical because these are people who are good at comedy, spending a lot of time getting footage that people would laugh at, but that's like a skill that they're able to practice in VR. Like, it's something that you look forward to, and anything can happen, and the most fun experiences are the ones where people bring something to the board or the game or to the table or whatever that you don't expect. Whereas Facebook expects to be able to put you in a little box and measure you and control you and wall you out from experiences like this through monopolization for as long as they can to make sure that you stay in their platform where they can measure every interaction and every textual response. Notice how, like, you can sort of, like, quantify what they're doing by maybe analyzing the voice chat or whatever, but it's a lot harder, isn't it? So Facebook's business model doesn't work if people's attention gravitates towards these experiences. And when VR becomes accessible, it's not the hardware is too expensive right now. There's too many other questions. But when it does become accessible, Facebook's going to eventually be like a fad. It's never going to die completely. However, it's still always going to be useful. But people don't want to have their entire life dictated by Facebook. And no offense, Facebook, I feel bad for Mark Zuckerberg because I do feel like he wants to do the right thing, unlike Jack Dorsey. But, and it's not that Jack Dorsey, I'm sure, also wants to do the right thing. But he's horrible at it. Whereas Mark Zuckerberg is actually like, he really is in the middle, you know? He's like, like, to me, he's not really clearly on the left or clearly on the right. And in fact, I think as CEO of Facebook, the, like, number one social media company in the world, he doesn't want to be on either side. He wants to have a company that is used for positive change, which neither extreme left or extreme right is going to be good. So he doesn't want to really control people's speech, and he wants people to be happy on his program, on his platform. And it's just unfortunate that they've done sort of what they did with Oculus Rift. And if you notice, Almer Lucky left Facebook. For whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't think anybody will ever really know why. But Almer Lucky was like obsessed with VR to the point where he knew exactly when hardware, advances in computer hardware, would make VR accessible for other people. Like, so, like, when this is like this, and when GPUs can do this many computations, and when you can get this many frames per second at this resolution, and when your CPUs are this powerful, and your bus is, like, permits this much, blah, 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 then you can support an external HDMI device that runs, two screens at a total of, like, was it, like, 2880 by 1440 or something? I don't know. No, that's not it, but anyway, it's like basically like when the advances in hardware get to this point, you can make a VR device and its cost will be low enough to sell to the average consumer. Like, that's Palmer Lucky. And Facebook bought his company and he no longer works at Facebook. Because I think that they were trying to stunt the growth of VR, but I don't know that. That's me being paranoid. But anyway, here's a scared little Scottish bitch. Girl. Whatever.
No!
Illy, I just want you to take a deep breath and feel cozy in your Drumsy merch from drumsyshop.com.
My 100% cotton material is nice and calm. It's just a blanket, it'll keep me safe. This limited edition merch reminds me that my fear is limited.
Katie.
Michael!
Katie.
Yes?
It is 5-1, and I can hear you on the road outside the house.
Uh-oh. Scottish girl Illy got in trouble. The voice you're hearing is her stepdad, Michael. Michael takes on the resemblance of a towering horned cryptid, born from the catacombs of the Greek underworld city of Kyopolinvori. Now that he's been awoken from his slumber by Illy, he threatens to devour the organs of any orphaned children in the local area. At least I know Illy will take responsibility for her actions.
Blame Drumsy.
No, I'm not blaming.
It's his fault. It's his fault. He brought me into this. It is actually entirely his fault. I'm in a horror map and I'm terrified.
Forgive me, Lisa. There's a monster inside of me. Oh, it's just like Monsters, Inc., the Disney movie.
It's just Monsters, Inc.
It's just Monsters, Inc. Come on.
Yeah, we're fine.
Come on. Oh!
Oh,
Illy.
okay.
Illy.
I
Illy,
don't
let's
like
say
that
hi to
so
whoever
much.
that is. Oh, hello. Oh, hello, ma'am. No, come back, ma'am. You dropped something. You dropped your ceiling.
Liz, would you like me to raise the roof?
Oh, no.
No, red lights are the limit. Oh god, no, wait, the lights are flickering, that's even worse. I've actually got a fear of lights. When I was 5 years old, our local supermarket got an upstairs. And in that upstairs, there was a toilet. And I really, really needed to take a shit.
Like every good story starts, you were taking a shit. Okay.
Yeah, the toilets downstairs were closed, so the only choice was the brand new ones upstairs. And the lights are sensors. As I start taking a fat shit, all the fucking lights go out. And there's no windows in here. The lights go out, the fans go out, everything turns off. And I am left in the bathroom, alone, on a toilet, in a pitch black room. But ever since then, I've been scared of lights. No, no,
What?
no,
What?
no,
What?
no,
What?
let me out, let me out.
What?
let
What'd
me
you
out,
hear? What'd
let
you
me
hear?
out,
What'd you
let me
hear?
out. Screaming! I heard screaming and running. No!
Oh no. Oh, I don't like that
no,
one bit. Oh, a baby's crying.
Google Fi, a phone plan by Google. Stay connected with full-speed hotspot tethering. So no Wi-Fi, no problem.
Oh no.
I don't like what I see here. You could say this picture's got me tripping balls.
Ooh, I like that one.
That's enough of that. Yeah, my point is, like, interactions on there, like, first of all, they're not really indexable. And that's why it's not easy to monetize user interactions. So users are creating data, but the data can't really be easily quantifiable. And it requires a lot more compute to do so. So it's not really, like, in Facebook's interest to accelerate the development and the commoditization or the commercialization of VR. Also, it may not be, like, really possible yet, which is, I guess, is an argument that they can make. Because, I mean, you do need, there's a lot of, like, really tough engineering challenges. You have to figure out how to get things to go fast enough and whatnot. I've got somewhere around here, some note around here that I'm taking an entire list. I was going to do a live stream on it. All the engineering challenges that you have to do. Okay. Back to the EMP-proof SD card, which you will bury in your backyard like gold. Bury it like gold if you want. And the whole point here is that, like, in an adversarial, like a, tyrannical communist government, or communist or Leninist, like, radicals who may want to set off an EMP device. I think that's a plot to a Ghost in the Shell movie, or Ghost in the Shell season, the new season. Or North Korea that may want to decide to get as much bang for the buck, if they can out of their hydrogen bomb, which is, like, fairly well known that, they could detonate a high altitude hydrogen bomb, which is not really going to directly kill people. It might kill, like, a lot of people. I'm sure it would not, I'm sure the climate would not like it at all, but it would create a EMP burst that would take out a lot of electronics. So, anyway, the point is, there may be somebody that tries to do that, and if they try to do that, and they plan to do that, they're going to follow up with something else but they're also going to expect for almost all the copies of data to have been destroyed. Now, if your data is in another data center, and this is one of the problems with the balkanization of the internet and GDPR, which I've got down here, but if your data is in another data center, if all the copies of your data are in one place or in one country, then when EMP hits, like it is much more likely for all your data to be destroyed. And so if that is possible to destroy all copies of your data and rewrite history, then a communist government might want to try to do that. But if they think it's not possible, then they probably won't try, because it involves, like, setting off a nuclear device or something. Probably some, probably not appropriate in their conversation or whatever, whatever I'm streaming on or whatever. But anyway, so this is like an inherent vulnerability of the EU to, like, EMP devices. And basically they're choosing between censorship or they're choosing between the right to privacy and ownership of your data to a hypothetical possibility of censorship or EMP or whatever. So it's just a possibility, but if it is illegal to extract data or host data in multiple data centers across the world, in all of Europe, and if all the copies of the data have to be in one place, then it's that much more likely that all the copies of the data will be destroyed, and then what will be in the vacuum to replace it, or in the data vacuum that results once all that data has been destroyed. Whatever the adversary wanted to replace it with. So they'll use it, communists will use it to rewrite history, basically. But they can only do it if it's possible. But if they think it's a huge miscalculation because it's easy for consumers to back up social media data or whatever, or they think that they can't get all the data centers in one fell swoop, then they won't do it. Wow, we're like halfway through this. So anyways, you're going to take the SD flash card with the files on it. You're going to wrap it in a plastic bag inside aluminum foil, which is a conductor. Then you're going to wrap that inside a plastic bag, and then you're going to want to wrap that in as much copper wire as possible in one orientation. So wrap it in a loop, wrap that in a plastic bag, and then turn it around, and orthogonal to that, or perpendicular to that, wrap it in another loop, wrap that in a plastic bag. The written I've deviated from the written instructions at this point. And then you're going to want to wrap that in one more loop of copper, and you're going to want to find a way to connect the copper to ground. And this is how your SD card can survive EMP blast, maybe, hypothetically. Again, it's not direct current, it's not alternating current that you're dealing with, it's random current. So the beta particles are going to hit the copper. They may, if it includes gamma radiation, it may oxidize a lot of things. It may cause a bunch of random chemical reactions to occur. But electricity, so there's going to be a buildup in electric potential that is a random buildup in electric potential, and that electricity is going to try to go somewhere. And the point of the plastic bags between all those layers of conductors is so that the outer layer absorbs most of the impact, and the random current creates small magnetic fields that should, it's hard to tell what they'll do because it's random, but they should cause electrons to move to different places and hopefully cause the current to, the incoming electric potential from the absorbed beta particles to disperse through all of the copper. And then if there's a connection to ground in the outer copper layer, then the only place, so you'll have all this random built up absorbed electricity or absorbed amperage from the instantaneous EMP blast, and then the only exit for those electrons, the coulombs that in aggregate represent the amperage, the only exit for those is to ground. Unless for some reason it doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of details here. Obviously, it's only going to really protect against instantaneous EMP, but if there is some dead stupid way of doing this, then you'll be able to protect yourself. Yep. So it's kind of like a, you know, really stupid, like dead simple way of making something EMP resistant and protecting it against EMP. Which, like, if for some reason, and I used to have this idea for like a random project called Wikipack the Appalachia. So it'd just be like I would hike the Appalachian Trail and then stuff like copies of like Wikipedia into random places and bury things in the ground. Oh, and another dead simple, I can't believe I forgot about this. Another dead simple potential like protection against EMP is like water. Although it's not really clear, I don't understand it, but water will absorb beta particles. It's how, and I guess that means if you're in a swimming pool when that H-bomb goes off, and that you might get electrocuted. Probably not though, because again it's random current. Farsi, oh, whatever. Okay, I just kind of picked my nose technically. A lot of rambling here, but I thought a lot about this. And anyway, Wikipack the Appalachia, go on the Appalachian Trail and stuff copies of, like, paper copies and digital copies of Wikipedia, so that, you know, I've been wargaming this shit for a long time. Censorship and like social media stuff and potential situations in the U.S. that could involve like censorship or deleted data or EMP devices. Yada yada yada. The idea of Wikipack the Appalachia comes from like 2012. So this has been like a constant threat in my life, like perceived threat, a mild threat, for a very long time. And just like that Prospero stuff, where did that go? I deleted it or closed it. Like, I can fashion my own tools to, like, to other people they may see an impossible situation, and I've encountered enough situations to know that nothing is impossible, and like that even when I end up in a, you know, uphill battle, that I can make my own tools to try to defend myself, or, you know, whatever, or to change the rules of the game, basically. And once you delete your Facebook account, what you can do for that leverage, this is about giving social media users leverage. You can contact advertisers because you do get a list of advertisers. And the reason why the URL bar is blocked up here is because I don't want people to know where I've got the Facebook thing. But I'll show you what the advertisers are on my account. So I've got a copy of data on my computer. Capture the flag. It's not exactly hard to capture the flag. Probably. Which, one thing that I'll do to protect myself in the future is get one of these things from cyber attacks. Like, if I do get a stimulus from Biden, what are those things called? Microcomputer or something. It's like one of these things, but with really fast, I need gigabit ports. And there's none of these things with 2 Ethernet ports. How fucking stupid do you get? Like, give me, like, a switch with a CPU. Like, and it doesn't even have to be that robust of a CPU. But none of these have multiple Ethernet ports. It is very useful to have multiple Ethernet ports. And I get that not everybody wants that. That's fine, but I do. And now I have to pay, like, $600 for one of the things that I want. Wish list, wish list. There it is. Where the hell is this? So anyway, we're now one frame deeper into the tangent stack trace here. There's a lot of books there that I won't buy. A lot of tools for woodworking. This guy's a genius artist. This is Zdzislaw Beksinski, a genius artist. Jesus, dude, I wanted to buy it for a long time. Here it is. But I don't really trust any of these companies because it's all stuff that's manufactured in China. Sorry, China. I don't trust your Communist Party, which is a little bit crazy. But yeah, so it's called Protectly. I think this is a brand that's fairly trustworthy. But again, that's a $500 price tag. You see. But it's because it has like gigabit Ethernet ports. It can connect to WAN and LAN. And it's a computer. It's not a switch. So it's got HDMI, it's got USBs, and it's got a COM port for, which is awesome. Its COM port is separate. So this is why physical security is important, because if anybody sticks their Ethernet port in this thing, they can probably do anything, especially if they have a password. But yeah. So I guess it also comes with one of these inexplicably. Oh, I see what that is. Okay. That's a little bit inexplicable. But this thing can allow you to load Tor, or not Tor, the Onion, the Security Onion, TSO. And so Security Onion is like a free version of something else. So Security Onion allows you to like fork all of your traffic. Shit. So Security Onion allows you to hook up like a WAN port if you want, an upstream internet source, and then you can have a LAN port, and then you can have these other optional ports. So you can take data in from the internet, like so you'd have your cable modem, you'd hook it in this WAN port, and then you'd have your LAN port, and then you would also be like forking a copy of the data. And this is why daisy chaining those voting machines is like a bad idea. So the Dominion voting machines were daisy chained, which means that like one Ethernet port was linked to another, that machine was linked to another, that machine was linked to another, that machine was linked to another, and finally they have like a source of not internet, but like a switch or a router where the data is being collected. Then they put that data on an SD card and then ship it to a central facility. But there's this hacker, and I don't know whether the data was, whether that kind of election fraud took place. I just don't like the way that they didn't let anybody look at the voting machines. And then, I mean, I know why, because if anything was found, Dominion would be screwed. So it's obvious why they didn't let them look at it, but it still doesn't make me feel very comfortable about that. And, let's see, Hacker 5 shot. There's this little device called, might be a land turtle. It's a device that allows you to put a man-in-the-middle thing like anywhere. So it's basically like a network cable that splices or forks your internet traffic. And so if you were to be in the, so if you were to put one of those devices in those daisy-chained machines, then you could rewrite the data and make it whatever you wanted. I mean, it would probably not be that easy, but also if they're assuming that those machines are physically secure and then secure at the network layer simply because they're not connected to the internet, that might be really, 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 really stupid. And the other thing is that there's these attacks called Hammer. What is it? Hammer? What is that thing? Hammer. hammer and scorecard, right? So there's this other thing called row hammer. And this would be extremely sophisticated. But the machines are only supposed to run a limited set of software. And I don't know what operating system they ran, so if they run if they run a modern version of Windows, that does encrypt its memory on the device. So the memory device, the memory on the device would be encrypted, and it would be hard for rowhammer to do anything useful. But rowhammer like just flips random bits. So you find a region of memory that is adjacent to another region of memory, and you flip bits randomly until you change one of the bits. And see, another suspicious thing is like, or another potentially suspicious thing is that they use floating point numbers to record vote counts. So if you use floating point numbers to record vote counts, then that means you can change one number or one bit, and it changes the proportion of votes by a high magnitude, because you have the floating point mantissa. And so in a floating point number you have, oh never mind, in a floating point number you have the exponent and the mantissa. Now this is a 32-bit floating point number, but in a 64-bit floating point number you have 52 bits of precision in decimal or in binary, and then you have 11 points of exponent. So you can raise it to 11 points of like powers, and which gives you a range of numbers from 10 to the negative 308 to 10 to the 308. So if you can change, like, and again, this is hypothetical, so, and I don't really want to talk about this, obviously, because, like, if there was election bullshit, the way it happened was social media censored what was released. That is the most critical thing that happened. Like, that is unacceptable. And now, it is what it is, but you also cannot do things like that and then have a monopoly and a trust and control information like that. I'm sorry. I will invent my own tools and try to get other people to listen to me so that we have a fair market and so that people have free speech, because goddamn it, this is America. We have free speech in this country. I'm sorry. And anyway, so you would flip one of these exponent bits or one of the mantissa bits. It's a little bit tricky with floating point numbers, and so you would assume that it would be less likely to occur. But if you could get, like, it depends on how the data is stored too, so that's another thing. So it would be very easy for somebody to come along and demonstrate that this is not possible, which is why social media and CNN should have, like, properly reported on election issues. Because if they had done that, then the conspiracy people wouldn't have been able to really easily be conspiratorial. But what happened? Media and social media censored everything and wouldn't allow anything to be reported on. So, like, it becomes, like, I mean, you have a issue of, like, credibility there. I mean, if there was no problem, and look, like, I can understand why Dominion would say, like, you can't look at our machines because they run elections all over the place. But it's been theorized that, it's been, conjectured that this has happened in the past in America and has happened. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't really care anymore because obviously Biden's the president. If anything was going to happen, it was going to happen before he took office. And he took office. And it is the way it is. But I have a bad feeling about this. So anyway, that's Rowhammer with some networking kind of tools that allow you to inject packets or like unpack packets. And it's this thing, the Throwing Star Land Tap. So you see you got 4 Ethernet ports, and you're able, so if there was a daisy chain device, you would plug one in here, one in there, and then you could output data, modify it, and put it back into the daisy chain. So you could have one compromised machine, or you could compromise some of the machines. It's hard to explain, but that's why I would rather have those voting machines hooked up to a switch that was not connected to the internet, where the switch's traffic was monitored. Like, they don't have physical security. I'm sorry. And that's sketchy as hell. And it's easy to sell their design decisions as though it's more secure, when I don't really believe that it's as secure as it could be. That's not to say that things happened. I don't know. Anyway, so I would like to have this because it allows you to do that. It allows you to fork the traffic, and you bring in your internet traffic, and you have your LAN connected. But the internet traffic goes to one of these ports, and it's exfiltrated to a device that with a CPU that's fast enough so that it can record all the traffic. So it sucks up all the traffic, and it also sucks up the traffic that you're sending to the internet, and stores copies of things that it identifies. And the security onion allows you to just keep track of what's happening, and then it allows you to like do some filtering on the data that you've stored, and you can easily do some pattern matching and identify if anyone is like doing almost any commonly known exploit on you. So this is it would probably cost like $500 in total. Security Onion is free, and it's pretty amazing. And it would allow me to just kind of sleep a little bit easier, knowing that it's much harder, like knowing that I've raised the bar that's required for somebody to hack me or have access to my data. And it's something that should probably be in every home, maybe. I don't know if every person wants this. You do get a little bit of protection from your cable company and from your antivirus and stuff like that. But again, if an adversary can do it and they think they can do it and get away with it, and especially if they think that you won't see it or won't see it coming, either one, they might try it. But if they see that you have it, if they see that you can respond realistically and that your threat of response is credible, or that you will know, then they won't try it. That's why, this is why I'm like a believer in the Second Amendment, because if somebody knows that it's likely for somebody, in a crowd of people to have a firearm, they might not try something. That's, I don't know. That's controversial, but it is what it is. And criminals are going to have guns. So anyway, back up the stack trace here, the tangent stack trace. I think this is a way to where'd my I think this might be a way to make sure that no one tries EMP stuff. But like what I'm saying is that people should store backup copies that are EMP resilient. Now, that would be a lot easier for a company like Facebook to do, and I'm sure they're already doing that. There is an Arctic vault with all these copies of data in one place, which, it's in one place. And I'm sure, it's like, so if your data is distributed across various data centers that are geographically distributed, and you have shards of data or data belonging only to one user or one Facebook group or one Facebook page in multiple of those data centers, then if one goes down, you can still recover and retransmit, and then you can have your data again. But if it's all in the geographic borders of one country, then it becomes a lot harder. So that's a potential weakness for caused by GDPR. Now, GDPR is a good approach, and I think it's the right move, and it was something that needed to be done. It just needed to be done, and I just think there's another side to that where you don't want a possibility where it's easy to take all of your country's data. Now, I don't know that that's realistic. I don't know what this is like, but so Germany might want own a private island that hosts like a data center, and it has its own like internet lines or underwater like optical cable, and it's sending data to it's creating multiple backups of that data. That might be an option. That would definitely be expensive. So yeah, the idea is like and you don't have to do this, but you would probably like delete your Facebook account. Before you do that, you get the archive, you put it on an SD card. That's what the rational person does, so that if they want the data, they can have it. And hey, look, it's AOC. No, just kidding. Sorry, that was inappropriate. Okay, anyways. It's a doppelganger. That's really fucked up. Where was I? Oh yeah, let me like hide this real quick. Fuck you, ASC. I think things will become more rational because like now that Democrats have the power, they have to exercise that power responsibly, which means they can't make mistakes. Or in 2022, they're going to lose a lot of seats. So if they do something crazy and it burns the economy to the ground, then they'll be held accountable for that because there's nobody to stand against them, so they can do whatever they want. So that and the paradox there is that they have to be really careful. And I think we should share power. I mean, that's definitely a good thing. I don't remember which one of these it is. I think it's this one. But basically, Facebook also gives you all of the data about advertisers. Advertisers who uploaded a contact list with your information. Oh, god damn it. It's really fascinating. Because it's like a little bit hard to access this any other way. I think, or maybe not, but advertisers you've interacted with. Hizo clic en un anuncio. Prueba aquí. Hizo un clic en un anuncio. Valentine's Day is coming soon. Sorry, photography, a Korean advertiser. Chui Kang Hui 팀을 구성하기 위한 400명 이상에게 Korean is really hard to read. There's a lot of exceptions. And I don't know those exceptions, so I probably got a lot of that wrong. Apparently, I only ever clicked on like 10 ads on Facebook. So these are all the advertisers who uploaded a contact list, or yeah. Anunciantes que subieran una lista de contactos con tu información. Anunciantes que publican anuncios usando una lista de contactos que subieron y que incluye información de contacto que compartiste con ellos o con alguno de sus socios de datos. So, advertisers who uploaded subite. I think it's subite. I changed my language, so That is the verb for upload. A list contacts with your information. See, I would never, like, I could bear, I worked in the script rental, and, like, sometimes, Spanish speaking people come up and get skates, and, like, I want to be able to talk to them, but I'm following this, like, immersive strategy for learning the language, but I can read, especially Latin-based languages, very easily, or only Latin-based languages very easily, but I can't generate the content. So my idea is that, like, my brain needs more data. Like, so in order, because this approach is kind of inspired by machine learning. So you train machine learning with machine learning algorithms with data. The more data they have, the more cases that they can match and classify and identify. And then you have this idea of a generative adversarial network. And this is definitely how the human brain works. I mean, not precisely, but a generative adversarial network is one that can, like, if there's one half of the network that, let's see if there's a picture, because that's always nice. Nope. The generative adversarial network is one where there's, like, one half of the network that ingests trained data, and then the other half of the network takes the data that's been trained and it produces examples, and that classifying part of the network has to determine whether or not those examples are real or fake. So it looks something like, okay, wow, there's something good here. Yeah, so there's a training set, a generator, and a discriminator. So the discriminator has to tell whether or not the example is being presented from the generator or training set is a real example or a fake example. But the idea of applying this to machine learning is that, like, I'm doing the initial round of discrimination, I guess, or the initial round of training the discriminator so that I can recognize things. And then later on, as I classify more examples and as I comprehend more spoken speech, like, I may be able to generate short phrases. And this isn't, like, full immersion, but it's been really effective, I think. It could be more effective. I haven't really practiced speaking a language with anyone because, again, I'm isolated. So, yeah, so you will get a list of all these things, and the idea here, to come full circle, is that oh, here it is. Is that if you really want to get some leverage, then you can contact, like, maybe the 3 advertisers who you feel like have tried to influence you the most, and just find an email or 2, nothing major, in their contact list, and just tell them that you've deleted your Facebook account. Maybe tell them why. That's not even necessary. You can just let them figure that shit out. And then just tell them that Facebook can no longer track your internet usage. You can no longer be marketed to on Facebook. The cost of marketing to you is going to increase. Your free time to invest in yourself is going to increase. You're going to be much happier this decade than last decade. You're going to remake yourself and use your time to become more affluent. And you are an independent thinker, unlike other people who are over-marketed to and tapped out and have no money that is worth marketing to. Because, again, who did the social media companies screw? They screwed conservatives. Now, not every conservative is rich, and a lot of conservatives are not rich, and the left can kind of do things that restrict access to wealth for conservatives, but conservatives are big on savings money, preparing for the future. They think about things, they're independent, they're more likely to be, unmoving on certain things. It really depends on the specifics of what you're trying to assert about a conservative, but they might have more money, and you just screwed some of your best customers. Now, I'm sure many of your best customers are liberals, but if conservatives get that message out that they've been screwed and they're no longer on Facebook and they're no longer on Twitter and they're no longer on Instagram, and that the cost of marketing to them is going to increase, and that they're also going to have more wealth because they invest in themselves more with more time and more energy, and that they're going to be happier this way, blah, 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 then when the people in the marketing department figure that shit out, they might be pissed. They might knock on Facebook's door and say, hey, what the fuck? So just because social media is taking over the world doesn't mean that you as a user do not have leverage. You absolutely do have leverage. And again, going back to Crossfair, like, you need to make your own fucking pieces. You gotta make your own pieces and reshape the game board. So I think I've covered all of this pretty much. Yeah. So now it's on to the antitrust. It's going to be super fun to create the bookmarks to this, because I have been online for about 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 45 minutes on this live stream alone. I know it's rambly, but I have an outline here. I'm sticking to it as much as I can, exploring tangents when they come up. So, Parler antitrust case. What's Parler's perspective? Well, at a time, they were getting 1 million users per day on Parler. When, like, the day they got the notification from Amazon. And the day, I guess, like, the day after they got taken off the App Store by Google and Apple. And again, like, you're pissing off a lot of your most important customers who are not going to forget this. And did your activist engineers think about the consequences? Or were they playing a much simpler game of Crossfair? Yeah, Crossfair. Were they playing, is the game that they were playing a little bit simpler than they thought? Because these might be the most talented technology engineers in the world, but they're talented technology engineers. They're not necessarily very good at business. And yeah, that's Parler's perspective. They had unprecedented user growth, which is always what comes before, like, a social, it comes before a valuation, an increase in valuation for social media startups, and just startups in general. Like, if nobody's using your app, like, you still have a chance to define who you are as a startup. So, like, just because you don't have users doesn't mean that you aren't going to be successful. And you actually might want to stage, like, how you market to other consumers so that you don't have growth pains when you do finally grow. But it looked like Parler was growing, and, you know, it is kind of sad that they were growing a lot, like, after the tragedy on Capitol Hill on January 6th. You know, it is what it is, and they are a company about free speech. And again, like, it's not really effective for national security to, like, be in that room full of spotters and cut the lights out and have all of your threat and lose visibility on your threats. You need situational awareness, and what these activist engineers advocated for has nothing to do with what is efficient and effective for tracking threats and being ready for something. So they fucked themselves, and they don't even realize it because of their hubris. They're very smart, but they're not as smart as me. There's a better way to go about getting what they want. And now, I don't really completely want everything that they want, but I'm telling you, there is a better way to make sure that people are safe. And so what is a monopoly? A monopoly is like when you have a lot of control in a market. So this is sample jury instructions in criminal antitrust cases. And so this Parler case is not a criminal antitrust case. And this is a good book. And I was like, I don't think you wouldn't want that. And it's part of my bathroom right in here. I've got Bad Press, the worst critical reviews ever. I have Who Knew? 10,001 Easy Solutions to Everyday Problems. I have The Book of Totally Useless Information. And Run Them Bald, a bouldering guide for bouldering in North Carolina. Full of interesting pictures, I suppose. And so what is tying? Tying is when, so like Google and YouTube maybe perhaps are an example of tying. So Google bought YouTube in 2005. I think it was 2005. Or, well, Google bought YouTube. YouTube started in about 2005. I didn't pick up on YouTube as quickly as I wish I could have. But YouTube quickly got, like, there were a lot of competitors to YouTube at the time, as I've heard in several other YouTube videos on this Parler antitrust case. And again, this is not a criminal antitrust case, it's a civil antitrust case, or civil antitrust case, but it's about seeking an injunction from a federal judge so that they can be reinstated on Amazon. And god damn it, like, Parler is now being hosted in Russia. So you've got, like, they're not going to go offline. And again, you're fucking activist engineers. They didn't think this out. But guess what the left is going to do? They're going to go ape shit for, like, Russia conspiracy theories. Like, oh, that's great. And I meant to cover something from The Hill, which is, well, it's The Rising. Live across stairs. And I'll get back to this in a second. I'm just going to leave this YouTube channel up. I'll talk about this. Where's my, cronología? It's, es historial en español. Cerca de la cronología visualiza. So let's look for Hill. Shit. Yeah, these videos are all, like, so I was really worried about, what's going on with the Biden administration. Like, are they going to stand up to China like Trump did? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. But these guys at The Hill, Crystal and Cigar, their most recent videos are, you know, assuaging my anxieties and making me feel a little bit better about things. They talked about the defense secretary, who I think might actually be a good pick. I don't know. Wait, so there's three possibilities. One of them is Jay Johnson, and I'm sorry, fuck you, Jay Johnson. I'm pretty sure Homeland Security got involved in my life, and I don't like it. I don't like that happened. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if it did. I don't know. But if I got attacked, oh boy. Or if I got targeted, that makes me mad. But anyway, so I don't know what to say about that, but Cigar criticized Lloyd Austin, and Cigar had done some reporting on the Pentagon. He was like a Pentagon correspondent or something, and so he would probably know, and he does not like Lloyd Austin at all because of contracting in the Pentagon, or because he worked in the Pentagon as a I think a 4-star general in the Air Force, and left, and he was also in charge of the troop withdrawal from Iraq, and he was also in charge of what happened when we got stuck in Syria. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do know that let's see, I mean, so I want to kind of like defer to Cigar since he would know, or Sagar. I want to, but I also don't want to allow other people to completely shape my opinion. And my opinion is he was a 4-star general in the Air Force, I think, in the Air Force, and they're really smart. That's what they do, smart things. So, and there's something coming out where he's like going to be in charge of trying to get extremists out of the military. I think that if there are extremists in the military, you probably do want to get rid of them, but I'm not sure that we would really agree on what the definition of that is. And there were 12 National Guard troops out of 25,000 that were told that they couldn't serve to protect Biden and to protect Washington, D.C. That is what it is. And, you know, if there were, they needed to do that due diligence and figure out who they could trust to do the right thing, because you don't want an inside threat. And I think they made the right decision there. I mean, it was 12 people, so that's not very many people. I don't think their feelings were hurt. I don't know. Maybe their feelings were hurt, but you know, tough. You know, fuck your feelings. Honestly. And if it was a real threat, they probably would have let them stay in at least enough to set something up and see where they were going to figure out, like, and so they would have been pulled eventually. But so I don't think it was a real threat, but that they just weren't really trusted for some reason. I don't know, but it is what it is. So I don't know if we'll agree on that definition for the military at large, but and he worked on, I think he served on the board at Raytheon, or as a VP or an executive at Raytheon. I'm not sure which. And yeah, that is kind of like a revolving door, but he is somebody that's trusted and probably really good at strategic decisions. So, or like really good at the operational level of war, which is about like, you know, planning ahead, you know, and yeah, he did drop the ball in Iraq and maybe failed in Syria. But you know what? He had to answer a very important question in Congress about how many insurgents we had fighting that were still alive in Syria, and his answer was just 4 or 5. And we spent millions of dollars training these people. Now, I mean, did we want a lot of people in Syria? I don't think so. And this is a guy who's been, like, put in charge of some things in the military, but he was put in charge of things by politicians, and politicians are not good at this stuff. They make really, really bad decisions. They have, like, impossible demands. And I don't know, but I would be leaning towards he did a good job, because he was given some impossible tasks. And I don't know what the details are. I don't really want to know what the details are. I just really want to be able to trust that the people in the Biden administration or the government I want to be able to trust that they're putting the right people in the right places. And I don't like what Homeland Security did from like 2012 to 2016. I don't really like that at all. And that's what Jay Johnson was in charge of. So I don't want any more of that. And I don't know who the third guy is, but that's my opinion on that. And yeah, The Rising is a really good show. So, because it's like two people that are on opposite sides of the political spectrum actually having a conversation. And like there was this one right here was about, at least I think, it might not be in my history. You have to watch an ad. Oh wait, no we're not. Oh shit.
Giving students like me the full Penn State experience.
Anyway, this one had a.
We've talked a lot here on this show about how censorship just begets more censorship, and one of the most stunning segments I've seen.
See if it's this one. No, it's not this one. But one of their more recent shows, or one of their more recent segments, was featured somebody who was like the Bernie Sanders like campaign manager. And there was a couple other things, and you might think that I would just instantly disagree with that person, but he had just such a charming Southern accent. I don't know. He had some good points to make, and it was, and that is actually one thing that like really freaks me out is Bernie Sanders is in charge of the budget, and so there were like 3 or 4 things that pissed me off. There was the lack of like election coverage, like there was any lack of election coverage. There was there's this like fear that Biden won't stand up to China, and China's really on its last legs, or the Chinese Communist Party is on its last legs. They're going to have starvations. They're going to have food shortages. The cost of food in the U.S. is going to go up because the Chinese people won't be able to produce. They're going to have a really bad harvest next year. They're going to have a really bad like time growing crops and shit, and because of the floods. And they're also going to be over the next 5 to 10 years dealing with like a lot of lost progress, since like a lot of their huge buildings, like a lot of those abandoned apartment buildings in China, were in the middle of the flood. And so that means that there's going to be all kinds of mold everywhere, and there's going to be a lot of unsanitary conditions. And is the Chinese Communist Party going to care? No, they're just going to cover that shit up. That's what censorship is. And so, like, there's 3 or 4 other things that indicate, like, there's a global alignment against China. Like, there's, like, 18 different countries with, like, border disagreements with China. And, there's all these things. China is like up against a wall, and if we don't finish that shit off, and bring the Chinese Communist Party down, like it could easily. This is a game of Othello or whatever. This shit could easily flip against us, easily. So is Biden gonna carry that forward? And I think maybe. I don't know. I think certainly he will want to look like he is. There's a couple other things like Bernie Sanders being in charge of the budget. So we need deterrence around the world, which means we need to be spending on the military. So if the Democrats like pull spending out of the military to pay for social programs, which aren't really the best options, that pisses me off. There's also minimum wage. The minimum wage thing really set me off. But the immigration thing, that doesn't really bother me, because it would look like Latin America is working with, they've been working with the Trump administration. We've come to an understanding. Guatemala is now taking care of things at its border, which is really, it's kind of sad the way it looks right now. But stronger border security throughout Latin America is going to change human migrations. And then, as long as we finish the wall, I really don't care what else happens. So Democrats can do whatever the fuck they want, but in order to have real reform and progress forwards on the border and on illegal immigration, we need a wall to make it hard to come in here. And then we also need a wall because if you want to if you want to help Latin America grow, and where else, like we've kind of like been fighting a trade war with China. That means the cost of goods there is expensive. But if we were to seek another place where we could have manufacturing, like Mexico or somewhere else in Latin America, then we can help them grow with jobs and foreign investment. And hopefully that is, beneficial foreign investment. But if the people have jobs, there'll be less, there'll be more stability. And if there's more stability, it'll be a more appealing environment for investment. And if that is there, people won't want to leave. So this was my plan on Latin America and illegal immigration, but I'm just a nobody. So, but it does seem like that was where Trump was going with that. But in order for that to work, you need a wall. And I know people like to say that it doesn't work. It does. Because remember Palmer Luckey? He's been working on border surveillance technology, and also there's something called INSAR, which can detect millimeters of change in the surface elevation in land. So anytime you build a tunnel, all you have to do is scan it with INSAR, which is like sort of like LiDAR, but using infrared and doing it from satellites. All you have to do is like use this technology, and you can instantly identify where a tunnel is. Okay? So the fucking tunnels are not a problem. They represent a lack of imagination from the left. Again, you motherfuckers think you're so fucking smart, and I'm talking to the academics and intellectuals. You think you're so fucking smart. But anyway, we need a wall. Alright, that's just it. Carry it forward, do whatever you want. I don't care. I don't have any power anyways. I'm just a random person. Do what you want with immigration domestically, but like at least appear to be finishing the wall or whatever, so that we don't have huge migrant trains or whatever, or migrant caravans coming up. And so that like people need to stay in Latin America and make things work. And the other thing about the wall is it makes bringing drugs, like hard drugs like meth, cocaine, heroin, makes that way harder. So then you're going to see like gangs in inner cities, and you're going to see organized crime in America face their own little crisis, where like prices rise too much. And if we're giving a lot of money away as stimulus, we don't want that money going to drugs. And, you know, I mean, it just is what it is. But when people who are addicted to drugs get a large sum of cash, they have problems making ends meet. And we don't want to feed organized crime with stimulus. That's like a side issue. That's like a second or third order dynamic that is not really that big of a deal. But we also want to starve cartels in Latin America. Like, why? Because they are responsible for the lack of stability and the lack of, or they're partially responsible for the lack of progress. And so if you want a country that is more appealing to foreign investment and foreign aid, then you need more stability. And the more stability there is, the better. And once you have about like a third of a generation or a half of a generation, somewhere between 5 and 15 years of demonstrated stability and change, like cultural change or socio-governmental change, where you see a stronger rule of law, where you see that contract rights are upheld in courts, and where investors see that it's not going to change anytime soon, that's when you really get like that's where you really put the gas pedal on foreign direct investment. And we don't want no fucking banana republics. We want this to be a two-way street, but guess what? We need manufacturers down there. We need manufacturers in Latin America because we're fighting a trade war with China. But if we're manufacturing stuff in Latin America, that helps us help them. That's like killing like 40 birds with one stone. Build the fucking wall. Fucking like academics on the left think they're so fucking smart. And the left and the right are both responsible for dropping the ball on immigration reform. They both have tried to use it as an election issue, and then they don't want to do anything about it because there is no good answer. There's no good solution other than not doing anything about it. So what is tying? Tying is when like a monopoly or a potential monopoly buys something that helps give it an advantage in their own market. So it might be something that's directly related to their own markets or own corporate endeavors, but it also might not be. It might be like Google, when it bought YouTube, it seemed to be like protecting itself, and it would also seem that like YouTube is not really all that relevant to search results and search like at the time, and then it would seem like, you know, it wouldn't have been so obvious that they could acquire YouTube and that it might create an unfair situation. But honestly, the Rumble versus Google case is much more interesting. Because Rumble versus Google is about, it's about, let's see, it's about skew and like and unfairness in search results. So Rumble search results are always like lower than YouTube, and it's probably related to indexing. So Google is probably providing a special partnership to YouTube to expedite indexing using its caffeine algorithm or its caffeine processes for creating the search index. And so Google, just like with GNIP and Twitter, which GNIP allows you to do all the scripting based on Twitter data, like, and Twitter acquired GNIP. Google probably provides a special like backdoor or special access or expedited access for YouTube's data. So YouTube is probably pushing the data to Google's search, Google's caffeine search index process much faster. So the indexes at Google are updated faster for YouTube than for Rumble. But what that means is that there's like for a certain amount of time, and you can't find Rumble videos like anywhere near the top of the search results, if at all. Like sometimes you can't find, and this is a complaint, like when people get shadow banned on YouTube. This lady, where is she? Probably different results now. Yeah, this lady, Allison Morrow, was got shadow banned. So she blew up out of nowhere, and consistently had like a couple thousand views on her videos for all of her videos. And she's a little conservative. She lives in Washington State, but she's also very socially liberal on a lot of issues, or liberal on a lot of issues. So she cares a lot about the climate. She cares a lot about like personal health and alternative treatments and stuff like that. But she's been doing a lot of coverage on conservative issues after blowing up from an Antifa video. But then there was a certain point at which, like, so that video got like 1 million views out of nowhere, and none of her videos had really gotten more than like 15 or 20,000 views ever. And most of them had an average of about 2,000 views. And then all of a sudden this video on Antifa comes along and boom, like that's what made her go viral. And then 2 days after that, her video is delisted from the YouTube search index and from the Google search index. So you could type all these things that you would think would lead to a very popular video, but not her video. You couldn't find it anywhere on the search index. If you didn't know how to get to it, you wouldn't see it. And I can tell you how all this shadow banning shit is happening, but it's nothing obvious. And anyway, so Rumble's getting screwed there. And Google now, like, and none of this is good for Google. Google doesn't want to be seen as a monopoly, but that might just be the way it is. And we don't want monopolies, because again, if your adversary can't do something, so like if you're a small company or just a random person, and your adversary for whatever reason is Google, then Google can't shadow ban you or censor you or strip you from the search indexes. Facebook can't censor you. Really, like if there are other like reasonably sized platforms where you can get your voice heard. Like, that's the difference between having a monopoly and not having a monopoly. It gives these companies, like, a whole new range of options. There's all these dynamics that open up once you're a monopoly. And you can't, there's just some things you can't do if you don't have, you know, near total, like, market share in a certain industry. And I didn't open up this can of worms. Who did that? Oh, that's right. The activist engineers that don't play enough Crossfire. Because they think they know everything. And like regularly, they experience life such that they are smarter than everyone else who's not somebody that they work with. That's just the life that they experience. And so they think that they're so smart, and then just like with the border wall, there's a failure of imagination. They can't imagine failing. Like, They can't imagine their response to like banning Trump. They can't imagine the capacity that regular people have in deciding what happens. You have to think like your enemy or your adversary. I don't really like to use the word enemy because it's a little bit hyperbolic, but your adversary. You have to think like you're in their shoes. And so for Google, or for Parler and Amazon, the monopoly test fails because Amazon in this area is really not a monopoly. Like there are plenty of other web hosting providers, and they would normally work with you. But Parler apparently went to almost everybody to get them to host the app, and they all said no. After Amazon and Apple and Google had taken action, and so it also seemed like Google took action against them and took them off the App Store, but they're not, which would be saying that, so if Parler was a video distributor and Google acted against Parler, took them from the App Store on Android, or off the Android App Store or App Marketplace, it would seem that that would be an action that would be illegal under monopoly law. However, Parler isn't. So if Google took Rumble off the App Store, that would be a violation. So Google cannot make that move against Rumble. It wouldn't seem that, like, Apple doesn't do anything with social media, and these companies strategize about how to not be seen as a monopoly. I mean, that's the problem that they have. That's why Google restructured itself into into Alphabet. Or maybe not why, but it had to be part of their calculus, because they have to make sure that they are proceeding in with a business strategy that doesn't eventually become illegal accidentally. Like, it's a problem for them. So if Apple wanted to have a social media marketplace, or some kind of social media place, and it wanted that to be something really big that it did, then if it started banning companies from the App Store, it's going to see a reasonable argument thrown at it in a court case about antitrust law. And so a fair market circumvents all these issues. It's what we want. It's what allows people to be users of these applications and have, like, freedoms, and not have their freedoms unfairly stripped. And if the legal option of anti-monopoly actions are a really big hammer, then the antitrust actions are like the nuclear option, which is like similar to the nuclear option in the Senate. Can't exactly remember what that is, but it's just like, it's a really big hammer that they don't want to have to use. Like, you might threaten to use it against somebody. You might threaten to open up an antitrust case against them, and they'll change. They'll do something different because they don't want to be, like, it's not a good precedent to set by the government. It's not a good precedent to set by these people who might be considered trusts or antitrust. I mean, trusts or monopolies, but the whole point is it's a law that's that provides a really big hammer so that we don't have to use it. And these are bad for America. These antitrust actions. Because, I mean, our leadership in technology is unparalleled. We have a huge advantage. But if we exploit that too much, then it becomes an obviously unfair game. And they found through, like, scientific research on psychology and stuff that people will play a game and and accept losing as long as they sort of know that it's an unfair game. And if you ask them to play an unfair game, they're like, and they begin to understand that it's unfair, they don't like to play that. There's no fun in that. Like, so with regard to technology, like, you don't really want to exploit these kinds of advantages, and I would argue that we've had an unparalleled amount of advantage here, but I thought I had something in this outline. Well, anyways. Might have to make a part 2, I don't know. I would argue that our leadership has been essential for helping grow a global fabric of telecommunications and applications and platforms built on that fabric of like hardware and software, like telecommunication stuff. I would argue that that is all like beneficial for everyone. That everyone has benefited. Like even though like sometimes it's been unfair, somewhat, because we control a lot of, or we say control, like America has been like the center of academic research on this stuff, and we had AT&T and all these companies. We were the first on ARPANET. We helped build out the internet. It is what it is. It allows for free exchange of information. It's been essential for human rights. These are all huge advantages, and it is just kind of true that if you didn't strategize about how this was going to be built out, that it could all destabilize and become something horrific. Like if the Soviet Union had developed the internet, what would that look like? And it would try to exploit unfair advantages, and it would probably fall apart. And that was like Star Wars was one death knell to the internet, and the other was, Star Wars was, in the 80s, was one death knell to the Soviet Union because they couldn't compete with it, and it meant that we could not really, like, it changed the strategic calculus for nuclear response, and it changed all the politics around that. Even if it was supposedly a failure, it was a success in that regard. And but the other thing that happened was that they saw the internet coming, and they couldn't do anything about it because if they didn't control it, they couldn't really derive economic advantages from having an internet without also exposing themselves to free exchange of information. So that was also a death knell to the Soviet Union because what were they going to do? It would be so easy for their own citizens to exfiltrate data and information from the Soviet Union. That would be a failure for their lead. That would like just be a complete embarrassment for their leaders. Because it was always hard to get information out. This is what communists do. They construct societies where they build the walls and it keeps you in. And then they make decisions, they lie to you, they exploit like dishonesty, and they make mistakes, and they're all, a lot of them are academics, a lot of them are really smart, but they're not perfect. And all it takes is for somebody to be able to speak out and be able to get a message out, and it like their exploitation of dishonesty and their underhanded tactics all of a sudden come back to haunt them. And it ruins their image around the world. This is what happens when you try to like force things. It doesn't go the way that you want. And yeah, activist engineers think they're the smartest, most talented in a few fields, but that doesn't mean that they are, that they are really the smartest and most talented in the world. And this whole like model of governance of like rule by Twitter hive mind, where somebody who can make themselves trend on Twitter is able to like instantly respond to a narrative on social media, and then that becomes like what politicians and journalists like think for the next 2 days. Like that is not going to produce good strategic options. For response to like policy. Like, I'm sorry, but the people on social media, like, and then another dangerous part about censorship is it disorients you. You think that you are in control and you are in power, but all you are hearing is the product of an echo chamber. So you think that everyone agrees with you, but you just don't hear the dissent, and then you don't hear like what you need to hear in order to avoid making mistakes. And the left has miscalculated so much over the past 5 years, and they should take it as the hard lesson that it's meant to be. And they refuse to do that. The far left, and like, look what it took to make sure that Donald Trump wasn't going to be the president. So if coronavirus didn't happen, do you think that you would have had a chance at winning the White House? And of course, people on the moderate left and far left would say, yes, of course, blah, 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 blah. Like, really? Because, like, there's a lot of people that haven't let it be heard that, it might be China responsible for creating and unleashing the coronavirus, or at least not ensuring that something like that wasn't released. And look what it took for Donald Trump to not be elected to the presidency. Like, look at and it's embarrassing because we did so much damage to ourselves by politicizing the coronavirus response. So this should not be viewed as a victory for the left or for Democrats, because it's not really. Like, you forced it. You used censorship to influence the election results. And you forced it, and you're going to reap what you sow, because you do not have the lead that you think you do. You don't. And now you have power, so you can use it like towards your betterment or towards your detriment. And these radicals on the far left and far right don't necessarily want or need America, our systems, or their projects to succeed. They simply need these systems and other actors to fail. So they're not people that are good to work with. They just and this describes like Leninism, really, and other radicalism. They infest your systems and then convince you, and sometimes force you, in the case of Twitter and activist engineers, to make extremely damaging strategic blunders. And Leninism should be, it's like those fucking zombie ants. This zombie parasite that takes over insects through mind control.
Wanda.
This is our home.
I never say, but
This is gonna be a gas!
Fungi and slime molds race to decompose dead matter on the forest floor. Many spread by releasing spores, up to 30,000 a second. If just one of these spores lands in the right place and takes root, it can colonize a whole new area.
Scary music, by the way. This is probably hyperbolic for a lot of people, but it really is what Leninism is.
But not all fungi feed on the dead. Days ago, a spore landed on this ant. Now she's acting strange. A network of roots has infiltrated her muscles. Her body has been taken over by cordyceps, a parasitic fungus. It floods her brain with chemicals, drugging her, compelling her to head where conditions are perfect. Just the right amount of light. Just the right amount of humidity for the parasite growing inside. It forces her to clamp down in a death bite, and cordyceps reveals its gruesome nature. After 3 weeks of growth, cordyceps can release its own spores, infecting more ants, releasing more spores, infecting more ants, releasing more spores, infecting more ants, infecting more ants, more and more and more ants. Cordyceps can wipe out entire ant colonies. But more than just ants are at risk. There are over 600 species of cordyceps spread across the world. Most are found in jungles, where they prey on a whole host of victims.
So yeah, really it's kind of like a metaphor for luminism, but not really a great one. There's like some other infection where the ants or bees or whatever will bring it back into the nest, and then it really spreads. That's the one I'm looking for. And it's just like these people think that they're fighting a struggle, but they're actually like it's necessary for luminism to succeed. For luminism to succeed, it's necessary for the economy to bottom out. And like a lot of people might say, well, that's hyperbolic. What if I'm correct, actually? Like, why are you afraid to think about that? Like, if I'm not correct, please demonstrate that I'm wrong. Don't just simply say that I'm wrong. But it's necessary for the economy to bottom out because, like, the rich will always try to fight against them, or the people in power, or even the kulaks from Russia, the business owners. They'll fight against Leninism or Marxism. So why is it necessary for the economy to bottom out? Because if you cause the economy to collapse, those people's money no longer functions as a means by which they can compel people to fight against the Leninists. So they win the war without a single shot. That's not entirely true, but that they don't actually fight. But when it comes down to an actual fight, that's when the economy having bottomed out is going to cause problems for people who would fight against the Leninists. And they will lie up and down about it, but the most radical ones know that. The ones who have studied Lenin know that that is true. And they infest your hive They infest your social hierarchies, and they find useful idiots, and they force you to make bad decisions. They totally upend your sense of good and evil, and they make you make bad decisions that are against your strategic interests. And then after the revolution, they ridicule people for having made those bad decisions, and they don't treat the useful idiots very well after the revolution. Why? Because, like, you might be upset that you acted against your nation's best interests and that you empowered people who caused the economy to be destroyed. And so you can't be trusted to be loyal. And you weren't very good about hiding who you were. It puts people in a lot of really weird situations. But, yeah. And these radicals just simply need the systems of other actors to fail. They don't need to succeed according to your definition of success. They don't need your corporation to be successful in the long term. Because the most radical of them expect to own everything, so it doesn't matter. And this is the hole that Americans really find themselves in, and now. That's how I see it. But yeah, heads are going to roll at Twitter. Add India, Germany, Australia, Saudi Arabia, and others to the list of nations who have either spoken out against or enacted response to Twitter's proactionary measures against Trump. If they can do it to the most powerful person in America or the world, they can do it to you. The rest of the world is a little sick of how America has been running the world's internet. However, this has always been in the best interest of the internet as an open platform for free communication and free trade. We've opened a can of worms here in the past. America's best and brightest have been designing and building out systems that even they can barely understand. Now the world has had more than a generation of people alive since the broad adoption of the internet, which I would consider to have occurred in the 90s, but of course there were other options before then. But it wasn't broadly adopted. We've opened a can of worms here, and let's open to another can of worms. Let's open another can of worms. I'm starting to get tired and cranky. My brain's not working. But yeah, I'm not going to find myself living in a communist nation while I can do something about it. I've studied way too much history to let those drunk on power and greed have the unrestrained technical power of the internet. So if I can speak out now, I will do that. It is not in our interest to destroy what we built, but simply the best of intentions do not by themselves necessarily produce the best outcomes. And here's a section on man versus aliens. So why are we our own worst enemy? We fight each other over what will seem... We are fighting each other now over what will seem petty in the future in the context of using tech for censorship. At least. I would like to confine it to that. But we should be far more concerned about what this technology can do in the hands of far more powerful people, actors, and nations, and perhaps aliens? Okay, what if we spend all this energy against each other just to find out that AI is the worst tyrant of all? We would have wasted all of our opportunity to do something about AI while we had the chance. And artificial intelligence could cause humanity to rally for its own good. So eventually it may be like that whole man versus aliens, like War of the Worlds kind of thing, where you have an external threat, or Independence Day, you have an external threat, and all of a sudden we drop all of our fights with each other, and we rally for ourselves. But if that happens, you know, and it happens too late that we figure out that the real threat is not us or the other side, it is something far greater than us. If it happens too late that we rally against that, or rally to prepare for that, you know, we're going to be screwed. We spent all this time arguing about things that we argue about. And let me tell you what, in many different ways, these things would be seen as fairly petty in the future. Still important to argue about. Petty is not really the right word. But they will seem like not even wrong. basically. And like if you look at genetic engineering and other things, like when you can choose your phenotype, and if people decide to do that, we're going to see ourselves completely differently. And I don't really want to go down that rabbit hole, but I've got a Reddit post about that somewhere. And then the other thing is that VR chat, and virtual reality allows us to experience things in different ways, and it allows us to sort of define our identity and construct our identity to at least experience things in a different way. So, like, imagine being like a girl who has put on too much weight and has never experienced life being as pretty or beautiful as she would like to be or wants to be, or just wants to know what it is like to be or whatever. But then you, like, if you're stuck in that situation, you won't ever be able to see what it's like to live differently. But in VR chat, like some of these like V girls, and on VR chat, like, what if some of these V girls are fat? And I'm just saying, like, I'm just being straight up. Like, what were these things that, what is that thing? HoloLive, Coco. That's the easiest one to remember. Kiryu Coco. Like, what, like, I mean, who knows, like, what this girl is like in real life, or whether it's a girl. You never know. But what if it's a person that wanted to experience life as it would be if they were a very attractive cartoon character, for people that find cartoon characters attractive, or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, like, I mean, the point is, like, there are, and this is why Facebook pisses me off. Like, you've been sitting on Oculus Rift, and it makes me mad, because this can transform how people see the world. Like, and it can allow people to, like, and it, you gotta take it with a grain of salt. It's not gonna allow anyone to experience anything, or to really know what it's like, but it can allow people to experience things in a different way, and give them more perspective. And so, in the future, like, we're gonna look back at our past and see things differently. And simply because, there's VR chat doesn't mean, like, the problems that we're arguing about aren't serious problems. I'm just saying that there are, like, more important problems. Maybe not, I don't know. There are other problems. Artificial intelligence could be an existential threat, and they just wipe us out entirely. I don't know. And I can go into more detail about that, but I'm kind of tired, so I don't really want to right now. So sorry I opened that can of worms, but I've got a Reddit post on it somewhere in the accelerationism, which they recently tried to demonize in the media. What? That's not my user. That's my other user. But anyway, somebody asked the question, like, how do gender issues extrapolate in accelerationism? And I argue that in the future, we will actually make our own genders. There will be multi-karyotic life. And so there's this informational complexity limit on how much complexity can exist in a cell that has one type of nucleus. And so one way life has gotten around this is by having multicellular life with organs and tissues. But in the future, like, we're going to do crazy, unexpected things with technology, and we won't recognize ourselves. And so that's what we are moving towards, unless the economy collapses. So that's the world that we should be, like, and I can explain it more and more and more, but I would argue that, I mean, I was arguing for I was arguing like to that person's like thesis or whatever. Like, can't remember what they said. I don't know. But I was arguing that like we'll see things differently because people will be able to like not only define their own gender, but then maybe actually like, and I'm thinking like 200 years from now or 1,000 years from now, it's very possible to conceive that like we have 3 genders, like 3 biological genders or 5 biological genders, or maybe like we turn into androgynous grays or whatever. I don't know. And I wish I could find that post because it's a lot better of an explanation. But the story, The Red Brain by Daniel Andre, which I've talked about on a live stream before, should be sufficient for you to imagine what I'm talking about. The Red Brain. Anyways, maybe it's here. Yeah, it's here. This is a story about the giant brain in the sky fighting against Daniel Andre's like conception of nanotechnology before the word nanotechnology existed. Before there was a really before there was it might be the first story about a gray goo hypothesis, or maybe not the first story about a gray goo hypothesis, but it's like this planet where they're fighting against this cosmic dust and it's causing all the other stars to disappear and blah 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 blah, and then all these like synthetic life forms on this planet like are basically engaging in like accelerationism, like with regard to genetics, so they can choose whatever shape or form that they want. So that means that they basically engineer their own morphogenesis, and this is a word that Terence McKenna used in some of his works. But morphogenesis describes how life forms evolve and change shape. So, and every time you so like when you have an embryo, right? It changes its shape topologically, and its changes in those shapes. Its changes in shapes eliminate various degrees of symmetry and various kinds of symmetry. So you start off as a ball, like a little clump of cells, and then the body quickly forms a torus, and then the torus forms something like eliminates another plane of symmetry because I'm looking for a picture and I thought I saw it. What the fuck was it? This might be it. And the gastrulation, the neural tube formation. Where is it? So anyway, you start off as a ball, or as like a fairly spherical like set of cells, and you eliminate 1 degree of freedom, 1 degree of symmetry. So you remove like 1 planar or 1 rotational symmetry, and then you're a torus, and you still have 3 planar symmetries and 2 kinds of rotational symmetries, or at least 1 rotational symmetry. No, 2. You still have. It's hard. You do remove 1 degree of symmetry from a sphere to a torus, though. It's just probably harder to describe than what I'm trying to describe. Then basically the torus forms a positive side and a negative side, and there's these electrochemical gradients, and once they are electrochemical gradients or biochemical gradients, once there's a threshold that's reached, then like you have this positive side and negative side of the torus, and then it elongates, and it's eliminated like a degree of freedom, but a degree of symmetry. And then, so now it has a positive and negative instead of being like all the same. So it's got what will become a head and a tail. And then, it's hard to explain. I wish I had a picture, because I would, anyway. But that is morphogenesis. So these entities in Daniel Wandre's red brain, like engineer their own morphogenesis, and that is what I see as being like the future. Is that we will be in total control of our own evolution, and we will assume shapes and things that we never possibly could, but we also face an existential threat from that, but then also from artificial intelligence. And in a future where that is happening, like, we are going to have wanted to reach that place in the future, in the future. Like, we're going to look back on the past and think like, think like things like, well, thank God climate change didn't take us out, or thank God we didn't start a nuclear war, or thank God the economy didn't collapse, or thank God this, or thank God that, because back then we couldn't see that this is where we were going to be. We couldn't imagine it. And so it's going to seem like a lot of the things that we thought about were important, but that we got lost in a lot of it. So what do we do about social media? Just like skip ahead, I think. Oh no, well, yeah. Let me discuss Parler and Amazon. So it's not in Amazon's interest to win their case against Parler, but it is far more against Amazon's interest to lose. So they don't really want to lose. They don't want to win. It's basically, in game theoretic terms, this is a lose-lose situation for Amazon. If Amazon wins on the claims of violation of contract, where Parler is saying that trying to chunk this into segments instead of run-on sentences. If Parler is trying to say that there was a breach of contract because Amazon didn't give them 30 days notice before terminating their contract. Now, there's like a lot of hypotheticals in here. There's a couple different complexities to kind of mull over. So there's some paradoxical things. So Amazon, I don't really know if I want to get into this, but basically you can argue that Amazon did breach the contract. You can also it's going to be something for the lawyers. You can also very effectively argue that Amazon, in effect, did actually breach the contract. So you can say that they didn't breach the contract. You can also argue very effectively and objectively that they did. Because, like, Amazon basically put them in a situation where they have more user growth than ever. And do you want to, like, screw some, like, big customers of yours when your customers are using your web services platform to grow, and they are now reaching more growth than ever? Like, they had over 1 million new users per day. Parler did. The day that they, I don't know when it was, but it was like it was in their last days on Amazon's web services. And so they were about to become a very big customer, a much larger customer of Amazon. They were going to need new infrastructure. They had not quite developed all the newsfeed kind of processes, like technological processes yet. That requires more infrastructure on Amazon. That requires more revenue. That requires, having built out your business model. And Amazon accused them of not having sufficient processes for reviewing the posts of users that may be violent. And Parler did have a backlog of tens of thousands of posts that had not been reviewed. They probably should have invested more in those processes, but those are expensive. This is why, like, those kinds of processes are huge barriers to entry for the market. And this is what I'm saying, like, effectively creates an antitrust for social media companies and technology companies, where they can all sort of obfuscate, or they can all sort of delegate, like, things to other partners in the trust, so that those partners can help them gain something or prevent competitors from coming into the market. So if Twitter wants to prevent, and it's hard to demonstrate this is why Parler might not win on the antitrust claim here, because it's very hard to demonstrate like a direct or even an indirect relationship between Amazon and Twitter in this regard. And then this is not a criminal antitrust case, but there are criminal antitrust cases coming, at least against Google. Like 39 state, attorneys have filed suit. I don't know the exact details, but anyway, let's say there's a hypothetical trust between Amazon, Google, Twitter, Facebook, not Netflix, not Microsoft. And I guess that's all I really need. So Amazon, Google, Facebook, Twitter, and maybe Apple. But Twitter and Facebook are essentially only in the social media space. But Facebook's also in the virtual reality space. Apple's in the virtual reality space, but not yet. Microsoft's in the virtual reality space, but not yet. Amazon's in the web services space. Amazon's in the retail space. Google's in the search space, and Google's in the handheld manufacturing space. Google's in the mobile operating system space. Apple's in the mobile operating system space. All these companies overlap. They all compete with each other, and they all have market share in a lot of different markets. And so these companies can delegate responsibilities to lash out at new competitors to other partners. So none of these companies are in all of the other companies. None of these companies are in all of their own markets. So the set of markets that Microsoft actively participates in, like search, maps, operating systems, to some degree mobile operating systems, mobile hardware, and a little bit of computer hardware, that set of markets does not completely overlap with any of the other members' entire sets of markets. So if they're in a market, there's things that they can't do with regard to monopolies, or there's things that would be illegal for them to do. So Google today may not be able to buy another YouTube if there was to be another YouTube. And Google's relationship with YouTube actually today could be seen as a monopoly. So there's some things that they cannot do today that they did like 10 years ago. And we just didn't know better then. Or it wasn't really, first of all, it wasn't clear, and it may have been the best move for everyone at that time, for them to have an effective monopoly on some things. For the stability and the economic growth of the internet, or the consumer adoption and economic growth of the internet. It was better for everyone at that time. But Amazon can delegate things to Twitter that Twitter can do that Amazon can't, which would be illegal for Amazon to do according to monopoly law, or anti-monopoly law, without antitrust law. And Facebook can similarly kind of delegate things to Google, and then Google could act on Facebook's behalf to allow Facebook to effectively exclude competitors. So Apple, Amazon, and Google have effectively destroyed Parler. Parler cannot compete. And they can claim now that, since Parler is the size it is now, they can claim that they acted in the public's best interest to protect, people's safety. Since Parler had such a large backlog of cases of posts to review for potential violence. It is also entirely possible for users to file frivolous reports of violent posts that make it harder and more expensive for Parler to review posts for safety. Now that's not going to happen in the majority of cases, but the process of reviewing posts for safety is an expensive one. Just look at and no one knows this better than Google, Apple, Facebook, Twitter. They know how expensive it is because they pay for it. But it's what makes it hard to enter a market. And if all you have to do is drum up a bunch of bullshit in the media and then expect the media to cover your ass since you're on the same political side, then you could always exclude competitors like you did with Gab and like you did with Parler. And I didn't have really a say on Gab. It didn't really bother me that much because I let somebody else make my opinion for me. I didn't really use the app, so I didn't know. And then I was impressed with Parler's terms of service, and I was impressed with the verification of their users. And so Parler is actually in a position to be able to provide better safety for the public against violent behavior, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, than Twitter or Facebook. And it is very simple to argue that more violent behavior emerges around the world from Twitter and Facebook. Much easier. But they can exclude a new competitor, and wouldn't they like to? You kill them in the crib, otherwise they'll grow to be a competitor, and they'll eat up your market share. And then you won't be able to control the media by, like, influencing social media. And you got your little, like, cottage industry. You got your cottage industries that have cropped up around the platforms that these companies have built. So there's a cottage industry around, like, learning materials for cloud providers like Microsoft Azure and Amazon Web Services, and that's its own industry. And there's a little cottage industry around cloud security, and so the platforms that these companies provide economic opportunities for other people that grow on top of it, almost like mold grows on cheese. That's not really a great metaphor, but I mean, these platforms, there's a cottage industry built around app development. So the Android operating system and the iPhone operating system appeal to small businesses who can make a living making apps for other people. Google Search has its own little cottage industry called the SEO industry, and it's huge. And if you exclude competitors, you retain advantages. So your little cottage industry is the only one like it. And so if you exclude other search competitors, or if you exclude, if Google excludes other social media competitors, now there are fewer people now there are fewer social media platforms that people have to worry about marketing themselves on. So it means your little cottage industry and everything that's built around it, and everything that's built around Silicon Valley is easier for you to control. That's a fucking trust. That's a trust. And it wasn't a big deal until you went and pushed it too far, and it's bad for America for us to have to fucking deal with this. So there's this funny video that I watched that I won't really reference because it's not a good video. It's actually really not. Although Faye makes an appearance. It's called oh god. Whoa. Okay, anyways. Why is the bar going so low? Has anybody asked this? Okay, anyways, social media speedrun is like any other speedrun for a video game. And you're just running right through the game, finish. The game here is get canceled on social media. I did it by accident. And so if you're going to be canceled anyways, why don't you do it on your own terms? Why should you want to be canceled? Why should you want to delete your account? Well, if you want to speak freely, you can do it on social media for now, but they might cancel you. And, try to think about this. I have a lot to get off of here. But anyway, you'll only get targeted as well. access on social media and speaking out isn't worth like simply identifying yourself to target. So now you still have free speech. You can still identify yourself, and your post could still be used to destroy your future. And that's all it is. So you should just probably delete your account now, because it'll make it a little bit harder for people to get information about what you said and did later. And so you want to avoid being targeted, because it's not easy. Like, run away and fight to live another day. Or run away, live today to fight another day. Or whatever. Avoid being targeted. There's no point. If all you're doing is speaking out, or if all you gain by speaking out is being targeted, simply because you spoke out, it's not worth speaking out. There's smarter ways to fight. We don't have to be like the, mushy-cushy, like, liberals fucking ruining their own companies out there and being somebody else's useful idiots. We don't, like, conservatives don't have to stand up for themselves like that. At this point, social media has become nothing more than an echo chamber at best, or at worst, a placebo that makes you feel heard, or worse, a place to identify yourself as somebody to be targeted for political or religious beliefs, perhaps at some time in the future. Do not become victimized by the social attrition of the left simply to voice your opinion on deaf ears, when you know that your opinion will change no minds on social media, because you'll be invisible except to the people that want to target you as social attrition. So why bother? Find a way out of your abusive relationship. Facebook unconsciously needs you to despair over life without social media. And I've deleted my social media accounts, and I had deleted them before, or put them on hold a long time ago. And like, I guess at the beginning of 2012 or 2013, in February 2013, once I got a job with Weed Maps, I just deleted my social media accounts, or like took them offline. And I wasn't ever happier than that, really. And a lot of it had to do with, like, I turned them back on, like, May 31st, 2013. Is that date? Ring a bell. Anyways, I turned them back on randomly. And I think the politics just leapt right out of, like, the transdimensional gate. And infected other people's minds around me. And then that information about me alienated me from other people. That's not worth it. That's not a good product. That doesn't make your customers happy. And you can only continue that kind of a relationship when you have that kind of advantage. When you have the kind of advantage that you have. When people despair about life, like, without your product. That's like an addictive drug. That's how you sell an addictive drug. You get people on it. You get people hooked on it. You kind of help them ruin their own lives, and then they have nothing without you. And they think it's impossible for you to leave, but they need you to believe in that. And maybe that's true, maybe this is the future, but maybe it's not, and maybe what you do can change things. And if you must manage a page, find somebody to do it for you, maybe. The more left-leaning, the more they will unintentionally make your page, group, or organization blend in. And while it's important to be authentic, it's not important, it is crucial, you do not need to take shit from those people. So make a leftist feel in charge, let them run your damn page, and waste their time in their own deafening echo chamber. That's probably the best idea on here. Oh, just kidding, no it's not. Yeah, again, vote with your dollar. You get to do this every day, so do it. Go get you some leverage. Vote with their dollar. I'll get to that in a second, I gotta get back up here. Because Google, this is quid pro quo in response for the demonetization of Echo Times and NTD on YouTube. So just read this. It's not big. It's not bad. There's a newspaper around here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Right under this box of cheeses. Anybody want to watch another video inside a video? Okay, this is Epoch Times. I started subscribing to them because it was like $2 and you got a free poster. So I was like, hey, why not? It was a free poster that details all of the, Crossfire Hurricane and shit and all the other stuff that code names of which nobody will remember in the future. All of the what was that 2016 election drama between Clinton, the FBI, Donald Trump, and all that shit. It covers it in detail. There's a complete timeline. The day after they finished it, it changed. But anyway, I got a free poster and a free month of the newspaper. You get one a week, and it ends up being about $15 a month. But they do have a social media account. I mean, they have an app, and the app's actually pretty cool. It gives you access to a lot of the same articles and even more. And it's like you get access to a community of people who can comment on the page, or comment on the posts, who can comment on the stories and talk to each other, and you're around like-minded people, and you can give feedback, and then they also have a lot of really good cultural stuff, like their life and tradition page talks about reading, return to books and return to reading. Talks about a lot of stuff, but it's like it's fairly conservative, like it's fairly socially conservative, somewhat like Christian focused, but then also with the Eastern twist to it. So it's different, I guess. So, and I like that aspect. They have pretty good crossword puzzles, a lot of like trivia, a little bit of Eastern trivia stuff. Because they were based in Hong Kong, or they had a lot of operations in Hong Kong, and then the Communist Party set their office on fire, set their newspaper printing press on fire, and so they have a lot of Eastern kind of influence in what they write. And anyway, so this is something that affects search engine optimization, and it'll cause your own YouTube account to suffer. But hey, do you want to get canceled with a whimper? Or without a whimper, either way. And this may also affect the scoring or credibility or trustworthiness for various accounts you might post on your channel, which is unfortunate. I had somebody post on the other live stream, and if you're commenting on this, I'm sorry, I'm not paying attention to the comments right now. I don't like looking at the YouTube comments page, or whatever, the YouTube chat, because it's like in the same page as like the video that you're streaming, so it's a little bit disorienting for me to watch a video and then have like a delay of loop, or a delay of, like a 2-second delay, and so I cut that off, and then I'm like concerned about the CPU utilization, but right now that's at like 2.3% because OBS on Linux is actually using the GPU, which is nice. Isn't that nice? Okay, anyway. So the idea here is that you censor some fairly common words. You shouldn't censor as many of these. But I censored, or I filtered Nazi censored, fascist, fascism, black, white, yellow, green, blue, violet, indigo. Just, I mean, just because I did. I wanted to go for some common words. I don't want to actually censor things, but then I censored big, tall, or of him, her, he, she, what, was, hey, hi, hello, DC, David, Connor, Trump, Hitler, 42, 42, 4, 4, where, with, take, make, up, down, inside, out, side, in, out, throughout, after, before, then, when, once, twice, 3 times a lady. Okay. Good, well, bad, cool, have, see, rolling for laughing, by, why, come, go, went, give, top, bottom, least, most, more or less, new, old, within, about, without, around, where, in. It's almost like a poem. And somebody was posting, and like tonight or whatever, and basically, like, I guess couldn't say things. They're probably like, what the fuck? And I'm sure they got it, because, I mean, like, these are some of the most, like, there's basically almost nothing that you can say with this, and this is the point, but when you say things that are filtered out and reported, that is a signal that Google's listening to try to identify like accounts that may be engaged in like posting racist things or responding to an outbreak of racism or whatever. So they might want to pay attention to that signal. But if you change the list of words, not only do you have a protest where people are trying to speak to you on your own damn channel but can't, you also have like a situation where Google is receiving data. It's receiving signals. Like that fucking movie Apocalypse. Or not Apocalypse. What is that movie? With that sexy Natalie Portman. What was her name? I mean, what was the movie? Anyway, there's this scene in here, and I don't want to say what it is, but it's just very much like this. It starts with A, Annihilation. This is a really good movie, but it's another one of those concept movies. But there's a really good scene in here where it's just like, whoa. Like, this thing uses, like, deepfake, and it's like, whoa. But anyway, and it's basically like signals are signals. I mean, signals are signals are signals are signals. And people are listening for them. You gotta, like, filter through the fire hose of data, and, like, now we're gonna fuck with your data. I don't know who we is, but, this won't, you know, this tactic won't last very long, but to fix the problem, YouTube or whoever will have to address this in their own machine learning algorithms, which is expensive. So, if they're listening to the signal, and I'm pretty sure they are, it means that, in other words, they will have to pay design engineering costs, which takes time, and they'll be forced to address other similar filtering that they do for many of these keywords. Of course, they can simply blacklist common words from being permitted as words to filter in somebody's own YouTube channel. But the meaning of the words varies per languages. People who speak language do want to know from time to time. And that means that, like, some of these words are homographs or whatever for words in other languages, so it's not as simple as filtering for these words that I've defined, but, so they may be able to define certain words that you're not allowed to filter, but now they're censoring what you can censor. And isn't that, like, paradoxical and self-referential? But you're just fucking with them, and then if in order to do that, they have to incorporate the logic of language into the common words that they filter from chats and comments. And this may be very problematic from an engineering perspective. See, if I wasn't so goddamn smart, how could I fuck with you so much? And a common word in one language is a common translingual homonym or neologism in another. And so now they have to parameterize their own stream processing algorithms with like language. So they have to take the words that you filtered and then filter a list of any appropriate words that you can't filter. So they have to censor what you can decide to censor. And in the stream processing, they can't send events to other nodes without incurring a lot more computation. So now they have to go through all these lists of words, and they have to check all of them every time somebody posts a single message on your page or in your live chat. And it wouldn't simply be like 10 different words. In this case, it would be 100 of the most common words. So there's a lot more hits. And when a stream processing node gets a hit, they can fan it out to other nodes, or they can relay it to another node, and that increases the number of events that they have to process. So this is voting with their dollar. This is making their own computation cost expensive, more expensive, in protest. And the only thing that they can do is censor what you can censor. Fuck you, Google. And Facebook tracks all of your social media, by the way. And it tracks you all across the internet, too. And this is perhaps the most powerful leverage that we the people have against big tech. So if Facebook can't track you, or if their data becomes incredibly biased, then their business models become threatened. So Facebook tracks every page that you visit that has a like button. And Google tracks every page that you visit that has Google Analytics. Surprise. And Google also tracks every fucking search result that you enter in their Chromium bar. And so, and another thing that you can do with language is change your language. So I've changed it to Italian, then I changed it to, I've changed it to Spanish, I might change it to French, I might change it to Japanese, I've set it to Japanese on my phone, and this makes data hard to collate. So if the language in my Facebook is different than the language on my Google, it's different than the language in my phone, it makes it hard to collate the data from one user and make it a homogeneous thing. And now, this only works if you are smart enough or multilingual enough to use multiple languages, but even using two languages, English and Spanish or whatever, makes it a little bit more difficult sometimes to collate the data that you're exposed to. And it just makes it harder for their algorithms. And so you might think that there's nothing that we can do, but this is Crossfair. I'm making my own pieces. And you didn't think about it, you fucking activist engineers. Why? Because you think that you own the world, but you don't. Anyway, learning a new language is great. If you've ever wanted to see if a company will sponsor, or if you ever think that you are being monitored by the microphone on your phone or on Alexa, then try learning Malaysian and see if you start getting Malaysian ads. No? Know anybody Malaysian in your life? Nope. Well, maybe. Probably. You probably do. But, are you going to have a conversation with them? Maybe. Maybe not. But if you really want to know, don't type anything Malaysian into the internet, which is a little hard. It's hard to learn Malaysian if you don't type anything Malaysian into the internet, but you have to get yourself a book. And just learn Malaysian from the book in total secret, and then have a Malaysian conversation with yourself and see if you get Malaysian advertisements. Watch that shit happen. And so you'll learn if you learn a language or change your language, you might get drastically different recommendations. So I get Google search results that are Italian now, or Spanish, or whatever it is. And one thing that's important is if you change your language in your web apps, you have to actually still be able to navigate the menus, which can kind of be a pain in the ass. But if even like 1% of people do this, then it's like enough to make it us harder to surveil, or people to, this can be used by the left or the right, by pretty much anybody. Put it out there. It can make people harder to surveil, it's harder to collect the data. And, these are signals. And some little nerd at Google is going to get a bunch of bug reports, and they're going to be pissed off, and they're going to hate their life. And you're going to be like, well, you little bitch, maybe you shouldn't have censored the Epic Times. They won't get that message, but, we'll have to fill in the blank. And not all of this is just for that. I mean, honestly, I wrote this all up before I learned that happened, but now it is. And hacking becomes a bit more difficult sometimes when you set multiple languages. So basically, if you use multiple primary languages and apps and API, this increases the amount of prior knowledge the hacker needs when targeting you for many, many, many reasons. Oops, I bet you didn't realize you left a trail, did you, hacker? Alright, so basically if the hacker is writing scripts that access UI, UX elements, they have to make a choice. Either they write brittle scripts that access HTML and app elements by relative placement, something like relative selenium selectors, that would be accessing that would be something like a div that has the word more in it, or ranger, within some other kind of div that it represents a Google search result. So that's relevant. That's relative placement. They could also use the element ID, which the providers of web apps can randomize a little bit to confound the idea or to confound the ability to scrape data. So they can sort of randomize the IDs that their elements use and to provide another map somewhere else that's accessible within, that is inaccessible from the global JavaScript scope, which makes it a little bit harder to scrape data. It means people scrape your data, but I mean, or they can do, they can write build scripts that access elements by label elements. Now, these could be HTML elements, they can also be app elements, and this is probably not how you do things in a lot of apps. Like, you would try to go directly for the API, or in a lot of hacks, you try to go directly for the API, because you can get a lot of data, but you have to be able to exfiltrate that data, which means that you usually encrypt your payload before you send it back to, so you might base 64 encode little chunks of data in a database and then send them out of the corporate network or whatever back to your device over the internet. So like when they're in transit, they can't be picked up, or it's a lot harder to pick up because somebody has to do the extra computation to like unpack every base 64 encoding, and that's just like a lot of work and not worth it. But the idea of encrypting a payload or obfuscating a payload is definitely an idea. But you don't want to just like be saying, select star from star, which isn't really a thing you can do. But you don't want to do that and then exfiltrate all the data at one time because it's obvious and you'll be picked up. But a lot of things that are a little more clever can sort of attempt to mask user behavior, and so this is a lot of like black hat SEO. So like you might want to, and there's like advertising schemes or advertising fraud that engages in this kind of stuff. So like you got a useful idiot, you've compromised their computer, and they don't know it, and on the back end, like not in any window or anything, they're making web requests, and there's some script automating behavior in like what appears to be an authentic browser that is then like really in headless mode and not in a window that the user can see, and it's just clicking on ads. It's advertising fraud. And there's different ways to go about that. Apparently, I guess it's easy. Google has some protections against that because like Google doesn't want their customers to feel like it's easy to be defrauded. And anyway, the more errors and idiosyncratic behavior that their script triggers and leaves behind, the easier it is to distinguish a hacker's behavior from authentic user app behavior. Machine learning to achieve this is a fairly common technique these days, especially in like network security and stuff, or in network security or API security. But a botnet kind of confounds that. But if there's an authorization token that's required, then it makes using a botnet to access data from an API and download a user's history a little bit more difficult, because and this is why the whole Russian hoax from 2016 was bullshit, because it's so easy. It is so easy for Twitter to figure out who's a bot and who's not. Oh my god, it is so easy. And unless it's a state actor, but it's usually so easy. And this is why Democrats were referring to actual conservatives as bots or unpersons, which is incredibly insulting, and it really pisses me off. Because it wasn't really about bots. It was about how much influence some Russian accounts that were basically fake but a little bit hard to distinguish were having. Because they were having a disproportionate amount of influence. They were basically easily able to amplify their influence. But all you have to do is look at the IP addresses that this shit is coming from and do a little bit of analytics, and it becomes very easy to unmask these bots and user accounts. But social media accounts don't want to do this because it causes people's follow counts and subscriber counts to go down mysteriously. Oh, how much have you heard about that? Okay. So they are doing this to some degree. Because a lot of these social media accounts have been really built by SEO and social media marketers. This isn't real. This is the danger of censorship and like artificial stuff. It's not real. Like from like 2005 to like 2015, it was trivial to like get a botnet to make you go viral on Facebook. So all these people just authentically going viral, it's not real. Some of it's real. You can't control everything. And yeah, so this is not necessarily true, but using a different language is like, I mean, it's so simple, and it can break everything. So hackers can simply compromise an API token, but that makes using a botnet a little bit hard, because you would start seeing all these web requests coming from different IP addresses. So like Microsoft has a filter for detecting that if you host your app in Amazon Cloud, in Azure Cloud, and I'm sure Amazon has that too. Like a lot of cloud providers have that. Notice there's a big barrier to entry for these cloud providers. It's hard to get in that market, isn't it? Which I don't think there's a monopoly there. So that's good news. And hackers could also open a shell and export, but that's rare, because you can't even do that on iPhone. Like, you have to figure out how to use the iPhone's APIs to like permit you to have access to data, and then be using some kind of malware exploit or in another app or in that app to that for whatever reason has the ability to exfiltrate data. But the point is, like, if you were to, like, a pretty clever way of doing this is to get into an app somehow, or get into somebody's, whatever, and remotely drive it. So it's like the stuff that you see in movies where, like, the person's mouse starts moving, or, like, a bunch of stuff flashes on the screen and there's, like, a script doing all these things. That's what this is right here. But it's a little clever because it looks like the user's doing it. So if it happens from within a corporate network, if you drove the hack in this way, you can sort of like figure out who your fall guy is going to be, or you can set a fall guy. So if it came from a certain user's computer and it looked like actual authentic behavior, then that's the first person that's going to be investigated, and they won't really know that they're being investigated when they are investigated until they're accused of it. But if it really looks like them, they might get fired, especially if, you pick the right person. They have a drug problem, or they have, like, gambling debts, blah, blah, blah. Which is why the left's, like, I would say the far left's, like, anti-morality or demoralization or cultural Marxism is, like, problematic, because, like, they don't really, like, the average person doesn't really think about how vices can set you up to be the fall guy or whatever. This is what, like, they look for in a security clearance. They make sure that you don't have drug problems, that you don't, like, have sex problems, that you don't have gambling debts, that you have good credit, that you have this, that, and the other, that you aren't influenced by money, blah, 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 blah. But the left is pushing a lot of stuff, like drug legalization, and some drugs should be legalized, and some should definitely not. And it's problematic to fight them, because you're putting people in jail for using drugs, but, like, there's just reasons that these things cannot be legalized, like heroin, meth, cocaine, whatever. Like, dopaminergic drugs are really bad. I mean, nicotine is bad enough. But imagine if nicotine was, like, 1,000 times as expensive, but just as addictive. Like, that's a problem. So heroin is really expensive or whatever. It's, like, probably the most expensive hard drug. And, like, no one has a sustainable heroin addiction or whatever. Like, it's just, it probably costs somebody, like, $2,000 a month or $4,000 a month to, like, be addicted to heroin and use it every day. So you're either, like, fluctuating through, like, tolerance and withdrawal, tolerance and withdrawal, and unable to function, by the way, because these drugs make you stupid. Like blah 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 blah. So this is what the left is pushing, and we will end up living in a country where nobody can have a security clearance. And not that people should be free. People should be reasonably free, but things are a little bit more difficult than it seems. And the left can, let's see, the left, the right, the up, the down, the in, the out. Alright, this proves physical security, the language thing. So it limits the number of people who can quickly or easily navigate your phone or content. It also limits your ability to navigate your phone and content. But my phone is in Japanese. Ain't nobody learning anything about what I do or changing settings in my phone. Not gonna happen. And if they do, I'll know that they either changed my phone language, which is hard to change back. It's not an easy jump to make. But I'll know who did it, because it has to be somebody that spoke Japanese or reads Japanese, which is even more rare. And it also limits over-the-shoulder and remote screen scraping because it becomes a bit harder. And if somebody gets data or info they shouldn't have, you know where to look and who to probe to find out who. It's tough, but well worth it. And a huge plus about knowing 3 languages is that it becomes harder for the far left to label you as racist and have that label stick. Because in order to learn a language, you can't really go about that without learning about the culture of the language you're learning. So this is one reason why I'm learning Spanish. And it's one thing that I like about learning languages. And another thing that I've learned about languages and another thing that I've learned about language learning is that it keeps my mind in that mind of a child state. So a lot of people, they get old, they say that they can't learn a new language, or it's throwback to the old you can't teach old dogs new tricks kind of thing. But if you constantly learn new languages throughout your life, you're going to see off the charts neuroplasticity. And the reason is because so a lot of people think it's so easy to learn a language as a child because your mind is like a sponge. And yes, that's absolutely true. Your mind is like a sponge. There's nothing in there yet, and it's just sucking things up and sucking things up. And then once it gets full, people think that it's hard to learn a language because it's already there. Your brain has already formed a structure that's physical, and therefore, that physical structure is not changing, so it's harder to learn a language. So language is wired so tightly to everything else. That's not really what's going on. That's kind of what's going on. When you immerse yourself in a language that you don't understand very well, you have to process context. Huh? Well, you have to, so when you're engaging in immersion in a language that you don't know very well, you're always constantly having to check consistency of things, of statements that people are saying, or of ideas that are referenced in statements, or ideas that are referenced in written statements. You're always having to check consistency in unconventional ways. And this is really what's going on in the mind of a child. It's 2 things. It's the change in shape of the brain, the higher, release of neurotransmitters, not neurotransmitters, neurotrophic factors. But then it's also, you're processing everything from context, and you're always having to engage in that because you're always being exposed to things that you don't know yet, and ideas that you can't define, and words that are new or unfamiliar. And so if you want neuroplasticity, you should try learning a language. And you should try to go about it kind of with immersion. I mean, you have to get comfortable, and you want to practice using the language, because I still have a problem actually using languages. But there's about 4 or 5 languages that where I can kind of read So there's English, Italian. So I mean, not really. I mean, that's one of the weak ones. So let me English, French, Spanish, Japanese, Italian. Yeah. If it's derived from Latin, it's very easy for me to just sort of like kind of read it, but there's a lot of things where I'm getting it wrong, obviously. But so it's like the guy that learns how to speak Portuguese in 3 days from that movie, whatever it is. But it's because he has a brain tumor. Watch out. Alright, anyway, so like this stuff, like language learning, like keeps your mind in that state. Like, especially if you're having conversations with people and they're using words you don't completely understand yet, your mind has to use different circuits and rewire itself in order for you to function. It has to, like, instead of like always sending things to the default mode network or always sending things through certain patterns or always having certain neural circuits like engaged, it has to do different things. And so diversity is a strength. It makes us smarter. It makes us stronger. America really, really needs to increase the number of Swahili speakers so that we can build bridges in Africa. Swahili is kind of, I mean, it's mainly used in Eastern Africa, but it is kind of like a lingua franca for Africa. But other languages include French, Arabic, Afrikaans. I mean, these would be huge. And some of these lesser-known languages, Amharic, which was featured in Lovecraft Country, Yoruba, Oroma, Zulu. We already know English, probably. But also Portuguese is used in 1 or 2 nations. Africa is going to be really important geostrategically, and we need to build bridges there. And so if I was going to say... if I was going to task Black Lives Matter with a new mission, or just another mission, it would be to try to learn Swahili, or Amharic, Yoruba, Oromo, Zulu, Afrikaans, Arabic, or French, or other languages. And this is... I mean, this is for a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is Africa is like geostrategically very important. And languages are like membranes that filter information exchange. And so what this means is that the world is connected to America, and the rest of the world is, the entire world is connected to America and England, and the rest of the English-speaking world through English. So English is kind of like a global lingua franca. So the globe gets to access the rest of the globe through English. And so there's an English membrane that allows like most of the world to connect to most of all the rest of the world. But America is broadly connected to the rest of the world through foreign languages. And so in America, there's like, we have like a more diverse set of language people who can speak other languages than probably any other country in the world. Now, some of the countries in Europe and some other countries might be a little bit different. Europeans are constantly exposed to each other. They constantly see different cultures, and this instills in Europeans like a sense of obligation to kind of represent one's own culture with regard to other cultures in Europe. So Italians want to be Italians, French want to be French, Germans want to be German, Polish people want to be Polish, English people want to be English, and they want to, like, you know, and they're all different. They're all individuals, but they want to kind of, like, when they're hanging out with each other, I get the feeling that they want to, like, kind of, like, express themselves, and so they want to know themselves as Italians or French or, you know, whatever, and they want to be proud of their culture, but then they also get to experience a lot of other people's cultures. America's kind of boring, honestly, but so in some ways, America's full of, you know, barbecue, NASCAR, cottage cheese, chicken pot pie, you know, a lot of rednecks and stuff. But then there's also like more there's more academic progress that occurred in America than anywhere else in the world in the 20th century. So we have a lot of smart people here too, and they speak all kinds of different languages. So if you looked at like the variety of languages that are spoken in America, you know, it's not every language in the world. I'm sure there's some languages where there's less than 100 speakers in America. But then also there's plenty of, like, there's probably a, I don't really know how to measure it, but it's not really necessarily important to measure, but I think it's a strength that we could make stronger, and it could also make us smarter. So we're broadly connected to the rest of the world through foreign languages. So if we do increase this strength, then that means that we have increased like the surface area of the membranes that connect us to other people. So whereas the rest of the world is connected to us through English, we can just already speak English. So, but we could also learn other languages and be more connected to other countries. And then this means that we can like facilitate commerce or understanding or, you know, lots of things. So these broad connections to the rest of the world are a huge strategic advantage because they allow us to build bridges that facilitate economic growth, which should always provide benefits to both parties in the relationship. We help them grow and become more independent, and they help us grow. But I'll bet that you've heard none of that from CNN. Because all we focus on is our differences instead of like what can help us grow. Like CNN and all these other news channels, they want you to be a captive audience. Even Fox News. And they're facing serious competition from just everyday YouTubers like Tim Pool. I say words in the weirdest way sometimes. Tim Pool. Damn, he looks pissed. Or not pissed, but disaffected liberal. Like me. I don't know. I like Tim Pool. Because there's good commentary, he has good guests, he has good principles. And you know, a lot of people on the right are the conservatives. A lot of people in the a lot of the conservatives have been accusing him of being a fence sitter, and I'm just like, I mean, what do you want? Like, do you want somebody to be honest, or do you want somebody to read you bedtime stories and like just tell you like what to believe? Like, I would rather have somebody who's a real journalist. But anyway. Okay, did not see that. Holy shit. So now you got some leverage on social media. If you're willing to watch, I don't know, 5 hours of video. Oh no, we've just dropped some packets. Ah. Oh. Well, I just got some jitter in the bandwidth. So it went from 3,000 kilobits a second to 0 for a second. Okay, anyways, I'm out of here. This has been way too long. Watch it if you like it. If you don't, I don't really care. If you do like it or you don't agree with something, just drop a comment or a like or dislike or whatever, and I would love to talk to you about things. But anyway, peace. I gotta get to programming.